We are currently live on 2 out of 4 platforms. There's 3 out of 4 platforms, and I expect to see that we are in fact live on Pocket Locker 86, on YouTube, Twitch, Twitter, and Facebook. Folks, welcome to the program. It's going to be a very, very important one. I don't even know where to start. We have so many very important things that we must discuss on this broadcast. That mic flip, though. Cameron Bennett is first, and that is worth $1 million pocket change. I suggest everybody else hurry up because there's $500,000 in it for somebody who is second and $250,000 for whoever's third. And Cameron Bennett stepped up to the challenge. Yesterday, I had to dock Cameron Bennett some very powerful pocket change for overshadowing me on my own channel. And I said, Cameron Bennett, you better wake up tomorrow, get your ass in gear, and you better sprint on over to that broadcast so that you are first, so you can make up for the pocket change that you've lost. And Cameron Bennett, who is not a slouch, is the proprietor of KB Fit 2.0, should definitely be your personal trainer, showed you his motivation because he waited till not later down the line, not the next week, not the next month, but the very next broadcast, Cameron Bennett was first. That's called Fitspiration, folks. That's Cameron Bennett just showing you how to do the dead sprint straight to the live chat. Okay, Cameron Bennett, challenge accepted, Cameron Bennett. Much respect. I laid down the gauntlet, you responded, and I appreciate that. Nerdy Rodent, $500,000 pocket change for you. Now, let's talk about what we got to talk about on this fucked up ass show. First thing first, and everything else is everything else. Sal Cardova, I'm coming for you. Sal Cardova, it has officially become personal. It has officially become me versus you, Sal. Both of us cannot be allowed to talk about evolution on the internet going forward. Only one of us can survive up in this bitch, Sal. Sal, I'm taking the gloves off. I'm throwing out the heat. I'm telling you to pick up this book. Nothing will stop me until Sal has either converted or deleted his channel. Those are the two options. I will not rest until Sal has converted or deleted his channel or agreed to leave our community alone. But Sal cannot continue to misinform and miseducate this community without motherfucking consequences. First time chat, full throttle, appreciate you. Welcome to the community. We really do appreciate you coming through. We're happy to have new viewers and first-time chatters. But the truth is, Pocket is triggered, and I'm coming for you, Sal. We're going to talk about why you suck so badly. Now, did I really already do an episode called Sal's a Shitty Scientist? I did an entire late-night Counter-Apologetics called Sal is a Shitty Scientist. But you know what has happened since then, folks? Sal has continued to be a shitty scientist. So Sal must be called on his bluff. Sal, you're going to learn who Sal is, Full Throttle. You're going to learn all who Sal is in the next few minutes. And the truth is, you're going to wish you didn't. I'm sorry, Full Throttle. You're new to the community. I really wish we were introducing you to some good things, but today's show is going to be full of toxic trash. Yes, this is kind of like Jerry Springer, but it's more like Jerry Springer meets WWE, meets religious people are retarded, meets political right-wingers are retarded, meets they're taking over the world, so we're taking over the internet so we can whoop their monkey asses. Now, the second thing that we have got to talk about today, folks, is there is a new pandemic. That is right. There is a new pandemic that you may or may not be aware of, you may or may not have even heard of, and I predict that this new pandemic is going to kill At least 1 million Americans. I'm putting it out there like that. I don't normally talk numbers. I don't like to make specific predictions, but the new pandemic, the brand new pandemic that is going on right now that you are probably not aware of, that you are probably not even thinking about, that you are probably not even altering your behavior and making accommodations for, I predict will in fact kill over 1 million Americans, and I'm going to tell you all about it. Okay? In addition to that, I'm going to give you guys my monologue on what I think is happening in this internet religion politics community. It's called Please Hold My Unbelief. Not hold my beer, hold my unbelief. Okay? Finally, of course, folks, we have to do a little bit of incremental extra preparation for our debate on August 29th at 8 p.m. on Standing for Truth against the one and only Kent HOVIND. Now, the champ will be in the motherfucking building. The Cult of the Flying Man will be in the motherfucking building. And Kent HOVIND, I am coming for your monkey ass. Now, let's all say the rap together. What the fuck is beast mode? Pocket Locker 86 woke up in priest mode. You niggas stiff as hell. You looking like a crease though. I own the internet. Nigga, you in lease mode. Let's start this fucked up ass show.
Ready for takeoff?
Whoa. Working hard on my stump, what's the problem? I ain't had shit to show, being modest. Now it's grams of the wax for my conscience. Bron James in LA, you're on college. I've been jumping on them planes like a hobby. Still moving with the pack like my partners. Took the John on them jets cause we wildin'. But the bowl is a party on the island, moment of silence. So good, get back to the topic. Grew up, it was me and Flocka. Grandma's and Big T, this my mama. I ain't even for the pain when my pots flip. Knew his name, that's it, never bothered. Mom said, you the man, son, you got this. Ever since I found a way to go and pop shit. Hold up, blaze through a whole zip. Took a seat at the table of my first flip. Days in red roof for my first whip. Spent the money with the gang, never post pics. Seen a change in the game, had to coach it. Never let them take my wangs on the mold, bitch. Ever made in a month, nigga. Used to serve him at the minute just to front, nigga. Goddamn.
Listen to me, God's people, get out before it gets hot. If you can't take the heat, you better get out of this kitchen right now.
If you better get out of this kitchen right now.
I'm sick of all God's people. Bunch of filthy sodomite perverts. And if you don't like it, get out of here. Let me tell you something. I'm sick of it, and I'm not going to back down. And I'm sick of people not backing me up on this. And you know what? You are insane. If you're not going to back us up, let me tell you something. God's people, you are insane. I don't want to hang around with a bunch of fag hags anymore. You are insane. And a bunch of queer baits and a bunch of effeminates. Get out. I don't love God. I read the Bible. I'm just a brainwashed fool. Let me tell you something. I can't speak for myself. God's people, they're sodomites. They're dogs. That's what the Bible calls them. Dogs. God's people. Dogs. I'm just a brainwashed fool. I'm sick of it.
That's what the Bible calls them. Dogs.
Ready for takeoff?
It's too terrifying. The Flying Man. I fly for your sins. As it was foretold by the prophets, I flew unaided over the Grand Canyon. I did this so that you might not believe in any gods. And yes, the Flying Man is black. That's why my descendant Doug likes the Negro lady. Science bless you all. Science bless you all. Welcome to the Cult of the Flying Man. Jerome Robinson said, how do you prep for a Kent HOVIND debate? I have no fucking idea. It's just a thing you say you're doing. we don't really have any concern about Kent Hovind. You know, it's just like I said, champions have championship responsibilities. You can't show up to the fight out of shape, right? You got to do your homework. You got to watch the footage on your opponent. You got to do your extra push-ups and sit-ups and shit. You know, it's just part of the routine of being a champion. But how do you prepare for Kent Hovind in particular? Who the fuck knows? I mean, it's pretty much like asking, how do you put out a forest fire with a spritzer, right? How do you put out a forest fire with one of them little spray bottles? It just ain't gonna work. Hunter Biden's laptop. Subscribe to my other channel. Psych. They're not friends. Nice to see you, Rodent. Scott Duke, what's up? KCA, I see you. Captive Desk, I see you. Yep, we're going to be on Donnie's channel debating Kent Hovind, y'all. Endless requests, guys. So many requests. You know, just a vet, guys. He's just got a vet. There's just so many requests for Kent Hovind. Jay Pound Girl is here. We can start the show now. Is this thing on? Is that camera on? Turn that goddamn camera on. Turn that goddamn camera on. Put that camera on me. Put that camera on me. Put that camera on me right now. Kent Hovind, I'm coming for you. You done fucked up. See, I knew if I challenged you to a debate on your channel, you'd record it. And then once I whooped your monkey ass all over the internet, you would hide it. There's no way you would release it. But I did something smarter, because while your dumbass is still struggling to figure out the rules to checkers while pretending you're playing chess, me and my supercomputer evolutionary algorithm are evolving a brain that is motherfucking whooping the ass of world champions at Go. You are levels and 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 levels out of your motherfucking league. See, while I earned a dual PhD at the motherfucking Michigan State University after my bachelor's and master's at Penn State University, that's right, master's, go state, biological anthropology. You're fucked. Then I joined the LNCA lab at Michigan State. Dual PhD, integrative biology and ecology, evolutionary biology and behavior. Look at that, 100 chats. Fucked. Then I moved on to the experimental research lab of Dr. Mike Travisano at the motherfucking University of Minnesota. Go motherfucking Gophers. Big Ten, all throughout, all up in this bitch. 3 very legit universities. Go fuck yourself, you're fucked. What did your lazy ass do? You went to some bullshit ass hole in the wall. That's a compliment. It's a motherfucking trailer in the middle of nowhere, Colorado, where you wrote some piece of shit toilet paper dissertation. That rip up in your face to show you that it is not worth the goddamn thing, Kent Hovind. I am coming for your ass. August 29th. That's right. On motherfucking Donnie's channel. Searching for delusions, standing for lies, reasoning for evidence, hiding underneath the blanket of Christian delusion, whatever Donnie's calling his channel these days. It's such a good promo. It really doesn't matter. It really doesn't matter. I hope you bring all your friends, your family, your wives, your ex-wives, your fucking people at your compound. That's right, Jay's all your motherfucking staff, because believe me, I am rolling deep with the cult of the flying man. The Most High Apostle is coming for that ass. And best believe My co-pastors will be in the building. The ushers will be in the building. The motherfucking congregants will be gathered. The drinks will be poured. The weed will be in the goddamn air.
Breaking bread.
And we will be celebrating as I roast your monkey ass.
Please welcome your host. He is the wise man of the Sacred Death Motorcycle Club. He is the sexiest man in all of word wrestling entertainment. He is the most entertaining man in the history of evolutionary biology. He is the virtual visionary, Mr. Dual PhD himself.
You need to pray for salvation and forgiveness. You need to repent.
Give it up for
repent. I like
the
that.
architect
You gotta give
of
vibes.
the atheist apocalypse.
But you still need Jesus. There's
The
no way
only
around it.
man to have his vestments blessed by Pine Creek. The most high apostle of the cult of the flying man.
Yeah, that's Jackie.
He is
He's up in this bitch.
none other than
He won't let me come
the
on camera because he's too afraid I'm gonna convert you back to theism.
the one and only Jesus who can
Jesus
save
is a
us.
fucking player hater.
Dr. Heartbreak J. Pocket Locker Bundy. I think I'm cute. I know I'm sexy. I've got the look that drives the girls while I got the moves that really move them. I send chills up and down their spines. I'm just a sexy boy.
Are y'all ready to go?
I'm not your boy.
Are y'all ready to do this show? We have so much to get into. The internet has lost its mind. It needs to be taken over. I'm the man for the job. Let's get it.
I make them hot. I make them shiver. Their knees get weak whenever I'm around to see me walk. They hear me talk. I make them feel like they're on cloud nine. I'm a sexy boy.
Oh, it is motherfucking show.
I'm not your boy toy. I'm just a sexy boy. I'm not your boy toy.
Let's get it.
Eat your heart out, girls. Hands off the merchandise. I'm just a sexy boy. I'm not your boy toy. I'm just a sexy boy. I'm not your boy toy. I'm just a sexy boy. I'm not your boy toy. I'm just a sexy boy. I'm not your boy toy. I'm just a sexy boy. I'm not your boy toy. I'm just a sexy boy. I'm not your boy toy. I mean, is there seriously somebody out there? Where's my headphones? My headphones aren't even plugged in. How can we start this show? I can't hear myself. Are we there? Can y'all hear me? There we fucking go. Now, is there somebody out there? Is there one gathered in the congregation today that will have the audacity to tell me that that is not the best entrance
on all of YouTube. I'm going to need to see it. I'm going to need to see some proof. I'm not going to take your word for it on this one, folks. I'm going to need to see some evidence. If you're telling me somebody got a better interest than me, a better entrance than Heartbreak J, I just need to see that. I need to see some proof. I'm going to need to see some evidence up in this bitch. Now, folks, welcome everybody to another episode of what? I don't even know what show this is anymore. We do too many shows. I can't keep them all together. It's Tuesday, Cruise Day. Sure, whatever that means. Whatever the fuck that means. Folks, all I know is that we have no time to waste. Somebody is calling me. Hang on. Yeah. No, I'm busy doing a YouTube show right now. Why are you calling me? I know you fine. Yes, you're fine as hell. I know you want to make love, blase and the glavinoids. Yeah, but I'm super busy right now. Yeah, I'm going to have to take a rain check. Yeah, you know what? My cult needs me. I can't be making love right now. I'm sorry. You'll have to call me back later. Gotta go. Bye. See ya. Too bad. Oh, fucking rude. Don't these people know I'm live? God damn it. All right, folks. Now, as always, you were rocking with the host with the most from the East Coast. And, as always, I am in airplane mode. And if you didn't know, folks, you need to not walk, not crawl, not hop, not skip, and not jump. You need to go up to the private hangar. You need to break your way into a nice new jetliner. You need to grab that millionaire or billionaire by their hair. Toss that motherfucker out the door. Keep the supermodels in place. Keep the champagne on chill. And PJ your way right on over to itsairplanemode.com, where you will find the official music of this here stream. Now, with that all being said, what we do as an atheist church, praise his holy altitude, is that we do not do what any other church. I get so offended when people go, Jay, but why do your intros take so long? Go fuck yourself. Have you ever been to a church where they say, hi, good morning, this is Calvary Baptist Church, and today's sermon? Yeah, that'd be the last time you were ever at that church. You see what the congregation is doing. The congregation is supposed to gather, say hi to your neighbors, touch them all over the place, catch up on your day, get excited about the movement that we have, okay? So what I do as the worship pastor on this bitch, who gives no fucks about your theology, your philosophy, your blase and the glavinoids, I bring the worship music. People sit back and catch a vibe. We relax. Then we have communion, because this is a fucking church. Then we have a communion song, because this is a fucking church. And then we get into the program. And if you'd like us to get into the program a little bit faster, I suggest your ass puts a fat $100 bill in the golden plate. Links are in the description. PayPal, Cash App, Venmo. When you contribute to the building fund, the motherfuckers in this building will consider based on your funds. If you are not contributing any funds to the motherfucking golden plate, your opinion is about as worth around here as much as your contributions. I'm sorry, but the gospel of atheist prosperity is not going to preach itself. It's very expensive to do what I do. It costs a lot of money to do what I do. All right, y'all, let's catch a vibe. We already know what time it is. It's time to get in airplane mode. Please get your communion ready. After we catch this vibe, we're going to do communion. That means get your weed rolled, go use the restroom, let your dog go pee-pee, get your alcohol poured or your tea if you're one of our theist teetotaling friends. That's cool. We like tea too. Knock yourself out. But please get ready because the song is not that long. And when it's over, we're having some motherfucking communion. And I'm about to pay out pocket change for all the people who qualified based on them race conditions. Ready for takeoff?
Whoa.
Yeah, we like the black churches where you come for the music, you know? You come for the music and the vibe.
I ain't had shit to show, being modest.
And the motherfucking soul food. Let's keep it real.
I've been jumping on them planes like a hobby. Still moving with the pack like my partners. Shut the John on them jets cause we wildin'. But the bowl is a party on the island. Moment of silence. So good, get back to the topic. Grew up, it was me and Floppy. Grandma's and Big T, this my mama. I ain't even for the pain when my pots flip. Knew his name, that's it, never bothered. Mom said, you the man, son, you got this. Ever since I found the way.
Cameron Bennett, 1 million pocket change for being first. The race conditions are real. When you see the notification, you need to get live right away. You need to race to the chat. No time to waste. These are not pine points. These are pocket change. Pocket change is real. Pine points are not real. You should have more difficult questions for Doug.
I thought by now that you would go and get it. Distant. Know you get cropped if you're not in the picture. And I made that tag and went got a bag. Shots to the Henny and OG prescriptions, put rebel shit on the map. Took a
Nerdy Rollin',
started balling down Chris Paul and Cats. Got him steady calling for the mole, but I'm on a roll, gotta call him back. And that's all fact.
Alright, let's do one more.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome aboard. All carry-on items should now be stowed securely, either in an overhead bin or under the seat in front of you. All aisles, exits, and bulkhead areas should now be clear. All electronic devices should now be turned off and stowed as they may interfere with the aircraft navigational and communication systems. Once airborne, we'll let you know when you may use
throttle.
but note that some items may not be
75, 250, 1, 2, 3. Also, Full Throttle, thank you so much for joining us on Twitch, man. Twitch is where it's at. Also, by the way, if you guys are super nerdy, you want to get super interactive, I do recommend do your YouTube thing, pull us up on a second device on Twitch. Believe it or not, it's actually faster. Twitch is much more responsive than YouTube. Last time I checked, the turnaround delay time on Twitch was about 2 seconds. The turnaround on YouTube is literally between 6 and 7 seconds. So when you see something on YouTube, it's what I said or did 6 or 7 seconds ago. If you were to watch on Twitch, it would only be like a 2-second difference. Sorry, that's not on me. That's on the streaming services. But Twitch is faster. If you want my 2 cents on that. All right, guys, let's go ahead and do communion. Y'all already know the routine. Please, please, please. I want to thank y'all all so much for joining us. We do try to catch a vibe. Also, guys, if you like the vibe, if you like what's going on, please do like the video, subscribe to the channel. Share with your friends. Also consider subscribing to our new channel. We got a new channel called the Casino, Theater, and Arcade. Links in the description. Links are also in my link tree. All right. Please raise your glasses and hold on to your asses. Through him, in him, in the unity of the flying man. All glory and honor is yours who flight for our sins forever and ever. You may drink. yeah. Oh, yeah. The doors of the motherfucking church are open. All right, y'all. Jerome Robinson, man, you are such a welcome addition to our community. We've been wondering who we had to bribe, who we had to kidnap to get Jerome Robinson in here. For those of you that don't know, most of us fucking know Jerome Robinson. I don't know what else there is to tell you. If you don't know who the fuck Jerome Robinson is, you're probably new to the community, which is all good. Welcome. That's Jerome Robinson. He's somebody in this community. But yeah, man, we're so happy to have you, man. We've been trying to get you over here, and happy to see you in the chat. All right, y'all. Y'all know what the deal is. We're going to do our communion song. That's the communion hymn. And for those of you that may not have as much training in priestly duties as I do, the difference between the communion hymn and the communion song is that the communion hymn is to initiate the communion ritual. It's to elevate the spirit of doubt to a point where everyone is conscientious of the spirit of doubt. I am then initiating the communion ritual. The congregation, along with the choir and the organ, says amen, which basically means we do agree. So we're all lifting our voice together. Then we have a communion song, which is where we actually kick back and enjoy our communion. We talk to our friends a little bit, we break a little bread, we sit back, we catch a vibe, we make sure we're nice and comfortable, and everybody's kicked back, then relaxed. Then we get into the program. You know, it kind of works. How do I say this? Oh yeah, like a motherfucking church. The church kind of works like a church. Go figure. Who would have thought? The communion song comes from the Lyle Guardia album. It's by OG Roddy. The album just dropped on my birthday last Friday. Okay, it's only been out for 3 or 4 days now. We've been listening to it for a while because we're motherfucking family. It's called the MJ Interlude. You can get it at itsairplanemode.com or at Bandcamp. Let's go.
Airplane mode.
Ready for takeoff?
Start my morning every day with her. In the afternoon I lay with her. In the evening I'ma stay with her. Hi, I'm in love. I ain't even tripping, but them say she a drug, cause she here every day for me. In the morning hit her faithfully. At least a dub when we touch. No one falling in love. I ain't even tripping, cause she the one I could trust. Even bring her out on dates with me. See my mama new place with me. She hold me down on the days when I ain't feeling too up. I ain't even tripping, cause she with me in the clutch. I go all out the way for ya.
The line. It's so good.
Take some time out my day for ya. I even took her on a plane, but she ain't even a drug. Some say I'm tripping, but they ain't even in love. In the morning I might lay with ya. In the afternoon I play with ya. But I know I'm never tripping. The signs say I'm in love. Mary Jane is different, cause she ain't even a drug. She be there every day.
Jay's Clown Girl, you already know I had to get the science equipment. When I went to the laboratory supply store, I said, look, they call me the most high. I just graduated from this really famous microbiology lab where we have tons of glassware. You know, my colleagues are not going to take me seriously if I don't have serious glassware in the virtual evolution lab. Appreciate y'all.
I go all out the way for ya. In the morning I might lay with ya. In the afternoon I stay, cause she know that I'm in love. I ain't even tripping, cause she the one I could trust. She go running every day with me. Take the kids out to play with me. They say I'm tripping, I ain't slipping, cause she ain't even a drug. Niggas sipping lean, ain't worried what's in your cup. In the morning I might play with ya. Take a long walk and stay with ya. She my sweet Mary Jane, and she the one I could trust. Niggas sippin' lean, but me, I'm smoking a dub. I go all out the way for ya. Take some time out my day
Track
for
is
ya.
killer.
I even took her on a
I
plane,
literally
but
couldn't have asked for a more perfect convenient song if I wrote it myself. I literally wouldn't have written something this good.
In the afternoon,
If I literally said, hey, can somebody like make a perfect rap song for my atheist church for communion?
Mary Jane is different cause she ain't even a drug. Yeah.
Yo, that's a motherfucking dope ass East Coast R&B hip hop ballad to marijuana. Hope you enjoy it as much as I do. I do listen to this music every day. I do listen to it when I'm off stream. Yo, I'm gonna tell y'all what a nerdy cousin I am. I literally sent this shit to my cousin today. I said, because he sent me the podcast, right? Remember, y'all, he sent me the podcast that we showed on Friday. Check out our stream from Friday. It's called Lean is Getting Old, because Lean is getting old. And Jay is a timeless, spaceless, immaterial being. We had a great time. We watched his podcast. It was like one of his first podcasts. I said, this podcast was fucking phenomenal. I watched it on my birthday, August 12th. That's how we did the album release party, Big Things. And then I said, you got to do more podcasts and interviews. Let the people hear your spoken voice and put them on game. And then I said to him, like, this is the funny text, y'all. I said, OG, I draw up the play. Henny, he go get the cake. Then we link up with the gang. So, y'all, that's literally one of his lyrics. So I texted him his own lyrics. I'm that cousin that's so supportive of you, he texts you your own shit. I literally text, OG, I draw up the play. Henny, he go get the cake. Then we link up with the gang. All right, y'all. He sent me some love, too, so I'm going to tease y'all. If y'all want to see what Cuz sent back, I got to keep watching. You got to keep watching if you want me to tell y'all what Cuz sent back to me. All right. Super fun. Super fun. All right, guys. Let's go ahead and get into this. Boy, do we got some shit to get into. Now, see, what had happened was this motherfucker named Sal keeps lying to my friend Rebecca. I made a whole episode about his ass called Sal's a Shitty Scientist. Go watch it. It'll demonstrate for you that Sal's a shitty scientist. But we got to revisit it. So you ain't even going to really have to go see it because I'm about to remake that shit for you right now. We going to make fucking version 2. Which is going to do everything version 1 did, but be even better, because now we got some brand new shit. I watched that stream with Rebecca today on Examining Evolution. He was talking about zinc nuggets and being finger banged by beryllium, or the universe is too complicated for scientists to figure out because of the axiology of copper. I don't know what the fuck this nigga was talking about. His motherfucking tonic with silver extract that he uses as a libido enhancer, right? What the fuck? Who knows what? When Sal starts talking, y'all, it not only do I hate the sound of his voice, and watching him is torture. Right? Because he's one of those people with all the fucking smug facial expressions and the fucking solemn overconfidence of a fucking, dildo with a fucked up half mop on it or whatever the fuck Sal is. I don't even know what the fuck to say about Sal, man. Sal triggers me if y'all can't tell. I don't like Sal. I ain't gonna pretend to like Sal. If you don't like what the fuck I gotta say about Sal, you can request a mercy timeout or a mercy ban, or you can go fuck off and watch something else. Today is going to be good for me. I'm doing what champions shouldn't do. I'm going to admit that. I'm going to admit that right now I'm doing something champions shouldn't do. I'm sort of overlooking the Cameron Bertuzzi of the world because I whooped Cameron Bertuzzi's ass for that U.S. title. And now that I'm blowing the fuck up and he can't just pretend it never happened anymore. He can't just act like it never happened anymore. I know he's coming back to get me. I got my sights set on the upcoming debate with Kent Hovind. I have less than 2 weeks to prepare for Kent Hovind. But this thing with Sal is fucking personal. And I genuinely mean that. I can't stand this motherfucker. All right, so some dumbasses. So I don't even know what happened today, y'all. Basically, Sal had a conversation with Rebecca on her other channel that she doesn't want a lot of you to know about called Examining Evolution. And she kind of tries to hide it because she wants you to think she's friendly. I just love Jesus, Rebecca, and I just want to talk to people from all different backgrounds about my love of the Lord. She doesn't want you to realize she's secretly trying to, do all this to like fund and support her efforts to totally undermine science. And she, just happens to be an innocent old young earth creationist. But the truth is she's really trying to build up and become more influential so that she can spread her disinformation and nonsense to other people. And Sal is like her life coach. So she had this conversation with Sal today about how something about zinc fingers or whatever the fuck. It doesn't matter, y'all. The actual details never matter because they ain't never trying to get the shit right anyway. All right, so, and he was going on about the zinc fingers, and I showed up pretty late, right? And more or less, I was just trying to make the point that this is all nonsense and bullshit, and none of us should be having these conversations anyway. Sal doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about. Rebecca doesn't know what the fuck she's talking about. None of them are qualified to be talking about this shit. And it doesn't matter for most people, right? But it matters for these fucks because she created this stupid-ass channel for herself, so she put that target on her back, and his dumb ass did the same thing. All right? And they're both sitting on some bullshit. And since they're sitting on some bullshit and they're trying to grow their platforms to make it easier for them to spread some bullshit, and I happen to be on the other side of that bullshit. In other words, where I get paid a very meager fucking salary to actually educate motherfuckers. And I got to work as hard as possible to give them the best possible information, right? And then I'm held accountable for how I teach. And then they're held accountable for what they learn and their progress. And the wheels on the bus go round and round. These motherfuckers want to bypass all that shit. They don't want to do none of that. They want to go straight to YouTube. They want to settle the battle of the sciences on the airwaves, right? The revolution will be televised or whatever, right? So that's the problem. This is their way of sidestepping the system. Oh, we can't get our bullshit in the classroom. That sucks. Oh, we can't convince everybody to homeschool. That sucks. Oh, the courts have told us time and time and time again that this is not scientific. I know. None of these guardrails are in place on motherfucking YouTube. So what you are looking at is two people who want to exploit ignorance for personal gain, to spread such ignorance to others, and they can go fuck themselves unless they are willing to take corrective actions immediately, because you're fucking grown. Now, what's the difference between the two people you happen to see in front of you? Well, there's some superficial differences, like, what up, Iron? One's the student, one's the teacher, one's pleasant to look at, the other isn't. One is probably identifies as a woman, the other probably identifies as a man, one identifies as a layman, the other identifies as an expert, but more or less in terms of the bullshit they sitting on, there's no difference.
The difference that I see, that I'm going to let you in on, has very little to do with what you see, but all about how I feel. The person on the right, I don't know from fucking Adam. He just irritates the shit out of me. I've never heard him say more than probably like a couple of sentences before I've wanted to absolutely whack him upside the head with the steel chair. The person on the left, for all her flaws, I happen to consider part of this community and like one of my YouTube buddies, you know? So she's someone I'm kind of friends with, and I would really like to like see her not indoctrinated with such foolishness. And part of what we got to do up in here is recognize that we're dealing with like a nature-nurture type of situation. Rebecca's nature is such that she's desperate to hang on to anything that will support her belief in Jesus. And so the nurture aspect is she will go out of her way to build up a fucking fortress for herself of fucking bullshit-ass people. And what we got to do is we got to help her with the nurture part by cutting off some of these motherfuckers. We got to really make it clear, if you think we're going to give you credit because you come at us with some Sal shit, number one, we know this is just some bullshit-ass Sal shit. 2, just because you're impressed when Sal says it doesn't mean it's impressive, right? 3, like I said, neither one of y'all is in a position to know what the fuck you're talking about. You're both sitting on some bullshit. You both need to sit your ass down on the sideline where non-experts belong. Sit your ass down on the sideline. Because what you're doing right now is you're telling everybody you're fighters. What you're doing right now, Sal, is you're pretending that you're a high-level professional fighter. You're an expert fighter. You know how all the evolutionary boxers is some bullshit. And if they stepped in the ring with the motherfucking Sal Cordova be hitting them with the rope-a-dope and then the George Foreman power and then the motherfucking Money Mayweather showmanship and defense, the fucking Pacquiao heart of a lion and unbelievable boxing skills, you know, all of this shit. He would just be hitting them with the razzle-dazzle, knocking niggas out, punching them back up just so he could hit him again on the way down. Just some woo, that's how Cordova go. You know? Oh, check his gloves, check his gloves, check his gloves. He must have fucking bricks in them things, right? And then Rebecca's dumb ass is easy to get in the ring because she's sparring with Sal and shit, and you know, Sal couldn't punch a fucking fruit fly, you know, right? I feel like stealing that Gin and Truth line. Like the safest place for a grape is between Sal's fist and your face. So, like, right. But now Rebecca getting confident like she could box up in this bitch, right? And the thing is, I'm about to step into the ring and start throwing haymakers and bombs at both of them. And I don't really give a shit how anybody feels about it. You know why? Because when I get in that ring, I'm just trying to hurt people and get paid. Deal with that. What happens when that happens? Oh, you mad at me? Oh, you upset? Oh, Jay, that's not very nice. Get fuck off. These people are basically denying the existence of my job. They're basically saying my profession can go fuck off and my profession is a goddamn religion. And if you think I shouldn't fucking tear into their asses, you can go right ahead and fuck yourself. Let me shit all over your goddamn profession all day. What do you do for a fucking living? Let me pretend your work doesn't exist day in and day out up on this bitch. See how long you're fucking nice about it. Let me make a channel just so I can preach to people how sitting on some bullshit your work is. Then come fucking talk to me. Now, for the motherfuckers that think Sal has a goddamn idea what he's talking about, let's revisit the fucking video he made a little minute ago
whenever the fuck this came out, called Sal Exposes the Problems with Your Origin Story. We're going to use this by proxy. I don't know where the fuck the video is from today. I'll probably pull it up at some point. I really don't even want to see it. It really doesn't matter. Sal has no credibility. Why the fuck would I listen to his ass anyway? Motherfuckers try to come at us too like, oh, well, if you're not going to study Sal's bullshit, then how the fuck do you know? Maybe he's right. No, that's not how any of this works. Under absolutely no circumstances do you get to fucking demand my attention without any fucking credible expertise after you've made a mockery of your fucking knowledge on the subject like fucking over and over and over and over and over again. And then you keep pulling bullshit out of your ass and it's my obligation to pay attention to it? Fuck out of here. I'm gonna do as I please with this motherfucker. And if you don't like it, go fuck off and watch something else.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to the Bread of Life channel. Glad you're here with us tonight. I'm here with my good friend, Sal Cordova. Sal is a scientist and
Sal's not a fucking
he's
scientist.
He's going to share with you guys.
Why? Because scientists use the scientific method. You know what else scientists do? Respect other scientists. You don't get to get the fucking job title, then not do the job, right? Oh, I'm a janitor. Well, why are you a janitor? Oh, because I got licensed to fucking clean schools. Okay, well, what do? I go around the school dumping buckets of piss everywhere. Yeah, I don't think you're going to be the janitor. Well, yeah, I'm not the janitor anymore, but I'm a janitor because I got that certification. Yeah, now I fucking, I don't know. Well, now I'm a YouTuber who spreads bullshit on the internet. Well, yeah, I guess that means you're not a fucking janitor, huh? Sal's a scientist. Like I'm a motherfucking basketball player. Sal's a scientist.
Just some exciting things that he's researched that really give a big problem for the typical origin story that we hear, abiogenesis, and then on from abiogenesis, the evolution of living organisms.
Hang on a sec, y'all. This is fucked up. I can't believe this shit. Well, Rich Lenski, what the... This is my fucking PhD advisor named Rich Lenski. He runs the longest evolutionary experiment in the history of science. All right, cool. So let's go see. Rich... Okay, so on August 11th, Rich and I spoke about my talk. He said, great work explaining the 3 new Avita Ed projects, Zach, Monaco, and Jay. And thanks, Rob. It was an all-around terrific workshop. Thanks, Rich. Okay, his birthday's the day after mine. So then, wait, hang on. Oh, information about my NSF stuff. Oh, I got to provide some demographic information, maybe. Maybe we'll see. I don't think so. I don't even think I got to do that. I think I'm just on the email chain. Hang on a sec. What's the next thing? All right, his birthday was August 13th. I sent him a Rich. I hope you have a fantastic birthday and many more to come. I am incredibly lucky to have you in my life. Very respectfully, Rich. Thanks, Jay. All right, hang on a sec. Rich Lenski, you can go fuck yourself. I spent 3 eternities in graduate school, the last fucking decade under this man. The last fucking decade of my life I spent under this man, and he has never once mentioned the problem with our origin story. How dare he sign off on me getting 2 fucking PhDs in evolutionary biology without even acknowledging the motherfucking problems with our origin story? How dare him just, oh, Jay, thanks for the birthday wishes. No mention of these fucking problems with our origin story. Abiogenesis to evolution. That's the story. How did these motherfuckers get away saying they trained me? See, this is why black faculty can't get jobs. You spend a decade in grad school and shit, and they don't even tell you about the fucking problems with our origin story. See, that's what they do. These fucking white dudes, they get together and they're like, oh yeah, we're gonna put them through, but don't tell them about the problems with our origin story. Yeah, you seen that Sal Cordova video? Fuck out of here. It's fantasy ass niggas.
Organisms. So Sal's going to be sharing some of the problems, and I believe that some of these things that he's sharing, you've probably never heard before. So it's
yeah, I bet you never have. I bet you have never heard of some of this shit before.
Kind of something people don't really talk about. So
I wonder
welcome.
why.
Welcome, and thank you for the opportunity to.
Yo, you love how they get us to you shit like it's a fucking. What is this shit where it's like, oh, we're gonna tell you what they don't want you to talk about? Like, really? Wow. Also, guys, just do yourselves a favor. There you go. There's the ERVs. Let's see what else we got. We got Zinc Fingers Evolution. Boop. There you go. Right. It's almost like it's super easy to talk about these things or look them up. It's almost like you could just Google it and figure out that Sal's sitting on some bullshit. But I gotta let him go. I don't want to listen to this motherfucker talk. We're gonna move on to something else as soon as possible. But this motherfucker is gonna lay out some of his nonsense, and in the process, he's gonna talk about his quote unquote credentials up in this bitch.
Speak. I feel very, very privileged to be here, and I'd like to thank everyone that's listening to us tonight. I have exciting news. I got another peer-reviewed paper tentatively accepted in secular peer review. Last year, there were 2 publications in scientific journals, secular scientific journals that were published. And one of them was a reference work published by Springer Nature, and it's on university shelves now. It is the book, The Handbook of Mathematics and the Arts and Sciences. So I feel it's a privilege to be here. I will try to share some things tonight. I'm also going to be, this is also, how this thing came about, I was invited, Rebecca, I actually invited myself to Rebecca's channel and said, I need to rehearse one of my talks. I'm going to be actually presenting at the Creation Research Society. It's a young earth creationist outfit.
Done. Fucking done. You don't get to cite your fucking credibilities on some math bullshit, then fucking snuggle up to the fucking creation research shit unless you're going there to fucking tell them they're sitting on some bullshit, but we know you're not. And then fucking shift modes and pretend to be a fucking biologist. You're a fucking piece of shit.
We have many professors at Christian colleges coming together and researchers to talk about creationism.
Many Christian colleges coming
together. I'll be giving a
together.
presentation there before all my peers. What a lot of people don't know is there are actually a lot of accredited colleges that have young earth creationists, professors of science. And I will be speaking at Liberty University.
Totally fucking irrelevant. There is no scientific evidence supporting intelligent design creationism. Doesn't matter if 75% of scientists are rapists. What matters is the fucking science. And only ignorant pieces of fucking shit who want to teach you bullshit pretend that the game works any other way. This is the type of horse shit that when said in front of real academics, real scientists, real motherfuckers who are not sitting on some bullshit because they can't be, because they're literally fucking restrained, Sal. This is what people don't get. The difference between me and Sal is Sal's way out of his fucking depth. He's on some YouTube shit. Whatever he does, it's in some unrelated fucking nonsense. And so he dances the fucking dance. He does his shit over here that makes him look like he's fucking legit. And then he comes over here where he's not legit at all and then tries to get platform off of the legitimacy over here and some other shit. Also, he can sit on some bullshit. What the fuck y'all think this is? We've never seen a fucking young earth creationist with a PhD before? Y'all think we've never seen a motherfucker try to use fucking academic research and scholarship and skepticism from other fields to point out problems for the fucking evolutionary account and all of this shit? You don't think this is fucking play kindergarten cop for real fucking biologist? Maybe a lot of y'all don't know the difference because literally y'all don't do this shit for a living. But let me tell you, as somebody who does, this shit is difficult for fucking nobody. And a lot of y'all who do watch me for real, like all the time, know, this is somebody Cliff would eat up for lunch, right? And Cliff is a grad student and I'm a fucking postdoc, right? If I sat my fucking advisors here next to me in this chair, they'd probably be rolling out of their chairs laughing right now. Because Sal's that big of a joke. My fucking students could shred Sal. My fucking undergrads could rip Sal a new asshole. Just off 2 minutes of his bullshit.
Which is a young earth, at least up until recently, a young earth school. To be a professor of science there, you had to be a professing young earth creationist. The students who graduate there often go on to very fine institutions like Cornell and Johns Hopkins University.
Also, fucking Cameron Bennett came up in the stream and said, I'll stick around till Jay goes live. Cameron Bennett is my dog, my brother. Cameron Bennett. That's love right there.
So it's really amazing that they'll say you can't do science.
And this was a little back in the day right now, y'all. This was like a month ago. You know what I mean? Like we was, Cameron been down for a minute, y'all.
If you're a creationist, and yet people have shown that they can be creationists and then succeed at science. Also later that evening, after I present at about 3:15, July 23rd, 9 p.m. Eastern time, I'm going to be on Modern Day Debate talking about the age of the Earth. And I will be defending the young Earth viewpoint. So this is kind of exciting. I'm having a chance to share tonight.
Chat's on fire. Sorry, y'all. I'm so in a rage, right? It's like when you're literally in the middle of the fight and you're locked in and you're like, you're just trying to literally like just end your opponent until the ref makes you stop. And it's pretty merciless over here. But chat, y'all on fire, man. A lot of highlights there in the chat, man. The chat's always going crazy, man. Fuck, Lena, man. Y'all are the best. I'm an expert in science, and I'll be attending the Snake Oil Conference for my book signing. I love that one. A lot of great comments, y'all. Appreciate it.
To have unconventional views aired. And that's what I'll be talking about tonight. And we'll just see where it goes. I told Rebecca she's going to be the timekeeper because I could go on a monologue, and I have on my channel for 4.5 hours. And I can just be very boring and long-winded, and she's going to keep me in check. And I told her, I said, Rebecca, when it's time for me to change the topic, just say, oh, Sal, that's really...
y'all, that's why we put the chat on the screen, man. It's so that... it's like y'all are part of the show, man. Y'all got to show out. You know what I mean? That's how we let them know how we do around here. So, yeah, I really appreciate y'all for it. It really keeps the interactivity way up. Takes it to a different level when people come into this community. We getting our David Blackman on. We becoming one of them communities. They got the stream going. They got the chat going. We might be calling in. We got the call-ins going. We might be calling in somewhere else. We might be stream sniping somebody. We might be picking a fight. There might be celebrities dropping in on us. Nobody fucking knows what's going to happen on these goddamn shows.
really interesting, but I'd like to talk about this. Can you talk about this?
This wasn't the plan. I didn't plan to talk about fucking Sal today. Sal ruined another one of my goddamn days, y'all. I had other shit planned. And then this shit triggered me, and I was like, nope, got to shove my foot way up Sal's ass. Sal, I'm calling you the fuck out. Come to my channel. Somebody send me this nigga's email, his Twitter, his Facebook. I'll take his address. I ain't going to do nothing dangerous to the man. I'm going to just send him a polite invitation in the mail to get on my motherfucking restream so I can whoop his monkey ass. I don't like this person. I'm sick and tired of him. And it's personal. Like I said, the difference between these two people is Rebecca's in our community, and I consider her a friend. So of the two poisonous motherfuckers in front of me, the one who is the teacher, I give more responsibility, and the one who's not my friend, I care way less. So what pisses me off is, like I said, we're trying to make the environment around Rebecca less and less toxic so it's easier for her to let go of this bullshit. And Sal is directly working in opposition of the call. Matter of fact, some of y'all who really know what's going down in this community understand that for Rebecca's ass right now, Sal is like the core. Sal is very pivotal. Sal might be her fucking, chief mentor right now. Somebody correct me. Is there somebody that we think Rebecca is leaning on more than Sal currently that we know of? I mean, obviously there might be some shit we don't know of, but that we see. Please let me know. I'd like to fuck their shit up too.
So that's what we're going to try to do tonight. I'm here at her service and then also any of the interested viewers. So thank you.
Yeah, and I just want to say, for those who are not familiar with Sal, he didn't start out as a young Earth creationist. He was a Christian, and you were a theistic evolutionist?
Well, I was raised in a Catholic home, and I don't know that I would. Now, looking in retrospect, I would say I actually became a Christian at age 15. So many of us, a lot of people can be raised.
Cy Gart or Capturing Christianity. Has he done anything with them? I've never seen her do anything with them. Lately, I just see her with Sal all the time. She should be leaning on Jesus. Let's talk about Jesus. Oh, she's gone to 2 conferences of Cy Gart or of Capturing Christianity. Let me know, Jerome. That's very interesting. Thank you, guys.
Raised in the church, but I think that's around age 15 was when I felt something happen in my heart. I had a vision.
Is Sal Catholic? Oh, of Capturing Christianity.
Vision at age 13.
All right, here we go, y'all.
Happen in my heart. I had a vision at age 13 when I felt something happen in.
All right, now guys, this is where Sal starts to be incredibly full of shit, because he's gonna start getting into his rationale, and you're gonna be noticing how unscientific it is.
Around age 15 was when I felt something happen in my heart. I had a vision at age 13. And that still has haunted me. What did I see? But then I'd be going to Catholic Mass and hearing the priest read from the Gospels and from the letters, the epistles and the New Testament, and I began to hear it for the first time and just crave it. And I think that's when around that time is when I got saved. I felt like a new person. And so after becoming a Christian, I'd learned evolution in the high schools, and I accepted it. And I also accepted a literal reading of Genesis. And it's like, how does that work? It's like, well, I didn't realize that there was maybe a conflict, and I just sort of lived with the conflict and not, try to reconcile it. And then,
honestly, guys, sometimes I think this is the way to go. Because, it's where I was at for a long time. Like I said, I went to Catholic school. We had theology class. We also had biology. We were taught in a Catholic school, right? Remember, the Catholic Church doesn't deny evolution. So they were like, yeah, evolution is the sort of natural history. And creationism is our particular faith's, what did he say? It was like origin myth, right? Or origin, like basically just acknowledging that, yeah, it's just the theological version, right, of our origin. It's again, it was explicitly like very non-literal. It was like not supposed to be literal. It's like, oh yeah, it's borrowed from all these other previous, origin stories, and it's just kind of, Hebrewified or whatever, right? And so you just never gave a fuck, right? You're just like, oh yeah, there's science, and there's no reason to, deny it or think there's anything out of line with it or anything like that. And then you just, as a matter of faith, you just sort of understand that the Bible's just telling you a story. It's pretty immaterial mostly to how you should live your life or the choices you make. It's just some backstory of the Jesus backstory, right? Like, and this may be the one thing Sal and I, or one of few things Sal and I see eye to eye on, because I also, not that we see eye to eye, but maybe we just have a similar experience in that regard. I also had to be kind of taught that there was this big tension between the two, and that it was sort of a thing people were really up in arms about. And that's what's kind of interesting, because, yeah, prior to that, I just didn't care. And then I think when I thought through it, and, I was like at that point well on my way to, doing a lot of evolutionary research and stuff like that. So I still considered myself a Christian. But then there sort of did come a time where for me it was different. It wasn't so much like, oh, evolution proves the Bible isn't true, so much that it demonstrates that there's no need for any divine or supernatural explanation for our origin. And therefore, it just simply isn't parsimonious to presuppose one. And to just not admit that, I think, is dishonest and really unscientific. And so there comes a point where you realize that that's the line, right? Like that's the problem with a lot of these Christians, is they know that's the line. They know that's what they're supposed to say, right? They don't really mean the scientific response, but they're going to say it, even though then they're going to jump off in another context and go a different way. And so for me, it was like, well, if the God of the Bible turns out to be the God of nature, right? And I'd always said that. When I was a young adult, I always said God works through natural means. So it was sort of my way of saying I didn't necessarily expect or believe that or need miracles. But again, like, even talking about this just feels so dumb, because it feels like I'm just explaining, like, oh, well, here's how I explain fucking the lore of Magic the Gathering to myself to make sure it made sense. And it's like, yeah, but who gives a shit, right? So I guess my point is, I do think there's validity to this idea of, like, just going back to a place where people realize that this is not something that has to be a huge source of conflict. Well, what's the problem? Well, the problems with people like Rebecca and Sal. They don't want to let that happen because they won't concede to science. And it's because for them, they don't really buy that. For them, they still understand what's at stake here. If nature can really explain it, if evolution's a sufficient explanation of how we got here, then you don't need a God. And for them, it's kind of like game over, because you no longer have this compelling narrative that God has the power over life and death. Well, you never had a compelling narrative that God has the power of life and death. It's just a lot of people believed it. Now we have a more compelling narrative. And on top of that, your narrative just isn't really that good. So I do respect that it's a serious problem for them, but they've already lost this battle. I mean, it's just over. And that's what I realized as a Christian, right? There just came a point as a Christian where I had to be honest with myself and say, yeah, of course, I could do a gazillion intellectual backflips to hang on to my Christianity and just keep accepting, right? Y'all know the God of the gaps, and you just fit everything into your theological worldview, and you say, but that's how God did it. Won't he do it? You know? But I had to just be honest with myself and just say, hey, you know what? For me, and for a lot of people, the buzzer rang a long time ago. You know, you play the game buzzer to buzzer, you fight the match bell to bell, however you want to put it. And to me, it was like I looked up at the scoreboard and I said, you know what? We lost this thing. Let's go home. And then, fortunately for me, I feel like literally the other team was like, hey, like, you're actually a pretty decent player, you know? Why don't you come hang out with us for a while and let's see what happens, right? And so, you know, long, arduous journey later and you know, three eternities in graduate school, as I like to say, I now am a professional on the other team. But again, it's like it's like being the Harlem Globetrotters playing the Washington Generals or whatever. They're pretty much just cannon fodder at this point for the community that kind of needs us to just, be their champions, right? Because these guys have their heroes, their preachers, their leaders, their content creators. They're able to just build so much community and their identity and their social ties on this bullshit. And so, we just have similar needs on the other side, but it's kind of funny because for me, it's like, I don't really need to like work at cutting promos on Sal. Like, I feel like even though I'm kind of being calm right now, this might be like the biggest kind of like pipe bomb promo I've really given. And it's funny because it's just so easy. Because I genuinely think, and I don't know where I'm going to land with Rebecca. Me and Rebecca might end up not friends because Sal's influence on her is just too much for me to stand in the end, or she's just gonna put her foot in the sand and I'm gonna be too much, or like I talk about with James Apperson, we're all just gonna move on. We're gonna realize, she's just, she's doing the YouTube thing. She's trying to become a YouTube apologist, and it doesn't matter if you drown her in an ocean of evidence. She just isn't ever gonna care. All that's still really possible, but as of today, like I said, I consider her a friend. And so I've never liked Sal. But now that I've really lately been paying attention to his influence on Rebecca, it's like, I really don't like this motherfucker. And I can't stand a fucking thing that comes out of his mouth. And again, a lot of things kind of combine to make it very unique. So there's that personal aspect with Rebecca. Then there's like the William Lane Craig sort of thing where, I shit all over William Lane Craig because he's a fuckface, right? But he also puts himself out there as an academic and an expert. Same thing with Jordan Peterson, right? So it's like, bro, if you want people to call you Dr. Fuckface or McFuckface the expert, right? Then go fuck yourself. Experts have a right to call you on your shit and be like, you're sitting on some bullshit. You're not a fucking layman. We didn't pull somebody out of the fucking crowd and start ribbing on them. Although some of y'all in this fucking chat deserve that. Y'all flat earthers and creatards know who you are in the chat. But seriously, even them, right? They don't take these type of platform and put themselves on as the expert. And Sal does. And you see him with the blase and Glavinoids about his training and how great he is. And, I want to start by congratulating myself on my new published paper, which probably ain't got jack shit to do with this issue. So that's the thing. And again, I really would be outraged if Sal had published some research that had made or even come across, or if there was this research, right, that was this huge problem from our origin story, and I literally just got a dual PhD in a ecology, evolutionary biology, and behavior program in an integrative biology department, and nobody said shit to my black ass about these problems, right? Like, no, for real. Like, if there was even a fucking shred of truth to what these motherfuckers were saying, I'd be emailing HR fucking tomorrow.
After I became a Christian, for about 1 or 2 years, I was still a theistic evolutionist until...
What up, Answers? What up, Dirk?
I began to read a tract from the Institute of Creation Research that talked about the complexity of the cell.
Dearth Funk, she is proselytizing, not discovering. Chat is on fire. Pocket Locker, he had me teach him how carbon chemistry works about a year ago. Yeah, he doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about. Sal is just another bad faith actor, y'all. And we have to tell Rebecca that. We have got to get to the point, y'all. And I'm not suggesting harassing her. What I'm suggesting is a little bit of friendly flaming, right? Like, I noticed today I put a couple of comments in the chat on her shit, which is like, yo, Rebecca, as you're concerned, as your friends, we're concerned about you, right? And then I asked the co-host to draw her attention to it, right? And he's told us in the chat that he put it in the private chat. Well, why didn't she acknowledge that? Of all the comments to acknowledge, why not acknowledge that one? She acknowledges all my other comments. I could say some shit about the stream or Sal or something else, and I don't even at Rebecca, and she'll acknowledge my comments. So when I actually add her, and I'm like, hey, Rebecca, as your friends, we're concerned for you. Right? Like, man, it's just a little weird. So my point is, though, right, what's hard in that situation? It's easy for her to ignore it because she doesn't want to go there. But that's why we got to do the friendly flaming. When somebody drops something like that, we got to back that up. Like, no, Rebecca, let's really talk about this. You want us to be genuine? Here's genuine, Rebecca. You want us to really be your atheist friends? All right, cool. Time for us to be friends, Rebecca. Sal's sitting on some bullshit. He's a bad faith actor. You need to leave that alone. Let's talk about it. Like, I need Lena on this. I need y'all to be a little bit more Lena, you know? Lena will roll up on us. Yeah, let's talk about Christo-fascism. Yeah, I'm gonna need y'all to, no, yeah, put the philosophy away, yeah, no. Yeah, stop talking about the Bible. Yeah, nobody cares about that Jesus shit. Christo-fascism, go, let's go, let's hear about it, right? We love that about Lena. That's how we gotta be, y'all. Sometimes the nicest thing you could do for somebody is to hit them with the hard truth straight. We're here to spit facts and break backs, right? Come on, Flying Wayne, let's get it.
And at that point, I became a old Earth creationist, which I was for most of my life. I ended up getting 3 science degrees during that time. And I rejected young Earth creationism because of the distant starlight problem and radiometric dating. But then I went off to graduate school at Johns Hopkins University after I had a career.
Yeah, the room is open. I just didn't put up the I didn't pin the link. But yeah, I'm gonna do that. Let me get through a little bit of this, and then once I'm done playing Sal's actual clips, which isn't gonna take too. I'm not gonna get too deep into this, and then yeah, I'll open up the room, and actually we're gonna try the queue system, but there's certain people who don't need to be in the queue. Mostly from what I'm seeing today, that would be James Apperson, and also like if Tux comes through or something like that. But yeah, we'll put everybody except the pastors in the queue.
As a junior scientist and then eventually a senior engineer in the aerospace and defense industry, I went off and started going to graduate school in physics. As I studied that.
Yeah, for real. Go sub to Answers in Atheism, guys. That's a great channel. We were on there yesterday, having a friendly discussion. I try to pop up there from time to time if I'm available, when I get a notification or if people tell me that he's live and I'm able to join. So yeah, great channel. Lots of good discussions. Definitely highly recommend. Look, you gotta do that little bit of legwork to go over to the other channels. Make sure you subscribe, like their videos. That'll help you get more notifications and stuff. It'll make it a lot easier for yourself to have more content and have more stuff to watch throughout the day.
I began to see, well, this is some of the stuff in cosmology and, radiation. It's not as airtight as we think. And I started to get excited because I was interested in alternative energy, particularly low temperature fusion. And that had relevance to radiometric dating, if there are alternate ways to change. And so somewhere around 2012, I said, maybe just as a step of faith, even if I don't have all the facts that I would want, I think I'm just going to accept it. It's true that the Earth is young. And I went on to work with Dr. John Sanford.
All right, guys, hang on
maybe just as a step of faith, even radiometric dating, if there and it's not as airtight as we think. And I started to get excited because I was interested.
All right, now, again, this is a huge thing. This is a huge thing. Listen up.
Some of the stuff in cosmology and we'll go with young Earth creationism because of the distant starlight problem and radiometric dating. But then I went off to graduate school at Johns Hopkins University after I had a career as a...
All right, hang on, guys. The reason I had to do this is because I kind of got caught up with the chat and stuff, and I really want to narrow in on a couple of things. Number one is when he talks about his actual training and education. Number two is when he talks about why he became a young Earth creationist. And then number three, sort of some of the hints about the specific issues about what he says. Now, it's not going to take us long to get through this, but I do have to kind of rewind a bit and play through some of this stuff to highlight some of the stuff I didn't highlight the first time through. All right.
But then I went off to graduate school at Johns Hopkins, and it's like happened in my heart. I had a vision at age 13.
All right, here we go.
And that still has haunted me. What did I see?
Now, this is very important, y'all. You got to remember these visions. They sound crazy to us. To us, they're easy to dismiss. For a lot of people, for some reason, they're not. And it's really weird how, for some odd reason, these kind of unexplained experiences to people really do, for some odd reason, just point them to something supernatural. I think without any fucking good reasoning at all. But it may be an important piece of his backstory.
But then I'd be going to Catholic Mass and hearing the priest read from the Gospels and from the letters, the epistles and the New Testament, and I began to hear it for the first time and just crave it. And I think that's when around that time is when I got saved. I felt like a new person. And so after becoming a Christian, I'd learned evolution in the high schools, and I accepted it. And I also accepted a literal reading of Genesis. And it's like, how does that work? It's like, well, I didn't realize that there was maybe a conflict. And I just sort of lived with the conflict and not, try to reconcile it. And then after I became a Christian, for about 1 or 2 years, I was still a theistic evolutionist until I began to read a tract from the Institute of Creation Research that talked about the complexity of the cell.
Guys, Wrong. I began to read a tract from the Institute for Creation Research on the complexity of the cell. You were talking about the most debunked hot garbage from the least credible place possible. Again, I would have been more impressed and definitely more entertained had he said he found a track on the origin of spell casting in the archives at Hogwarts. I would have been like, holy shit.
And at that point, I became a old Earth creationist, which I was for most of my life. I ended up getting 3 science degrees during that time.
Chris Peacock.
And I rejected
Chris.
young Earth creationism because of the distant starlight problem and radiometric dating.
Miles, I see you. And Miles, we cool, Miles. No problems from earlier. I'm working on my heel stick. I got to get at people in the chat. The bigger you get, though, it's just funny. I'm hearing from a lot of people preparing for Ken Hovind, and I'm gonna go at y'all sometimes, cause some of y'all be trying to help us out, but yeah, sometimes I don't like people telling me how to go at people, cause I'm just raw. I don't. You know what I'm saying? I think it would be more if I encourage other people to be like me. I don't encourage other people to be like me. I really don't. But at the same time, I got one life to live. YOLO up in this bitch. And I don't like people. And I think I have anger issues. What happened is I was raised in this Christian shit, right? So I was taught all that love your enemies bullshit. And all of that, and you ain't never supposed to be angry because anger is a sin. And so, like I said, with this Sal shit, like, I don't like this motherfucker. And on top of that, the shit is personal because I do like Rebecca and I consider Rebecca a friend. So I consider Sal like, literally like somebody who invalidates my existence. And I'm not talking about no bullshit. Like, I'd care less if Sal was a racist. I think that's funny, but I literally would care less if Sal was a racist. Why is that? Because I can't help being black. I give a fuck less if Sal made fun of me for being bipolar. Because I can't help being bipolar. I didn't have to work to achieve those things. Those things don't mean shit to me. So if Sal just like, I don't like your brown skin, like, I didn't really ask for it. Might not have been my preference either. Right? I think Jay's a fucktard because he's bipolar. All right, cool. You don't want to hang out with bipolar people. Like, a lot of people don't. Welcome to the club. Right? Like, it just wouldn't matter to me. But when you literally work against the work I do, right? Imagine your job is to build houses, right? Your job is to build a house and, like, y'all got to sleep, eat, shit, fuck, have a family, right? So you don't just stay at the fucking house site. You go your ass home, and then you want to come back the next day and keep building the fucking house. Well, Sal's the guy who comes through in the middle of the fucking night and just fucking sets the shit on fire, watches it burn, goes home, and then you got to start all over again the next day. And you're like, oh, fuck that Sal guy, right? You do it again, he burns it down again, right? And then people come along and they're like, well, you really ought to be nicer to Sal because he might be more convinced to stop working against your work if you're really nice to him and you make him feel special. I ain't gonna rub his fucking feet. I'm gonna whoop his monkey ass. Now, if you want to give him tea and crumpets, that's cool. So yeah. Anyway, bro. It's all love, Miles. I definitely know me and you was just going back and forth. I also know you from a lot of chats, so people I know, I kind of go at hard sometimes because y'all should know I don't give a shit. But yeah, it's all love, y'all. I just like to rant about these things when I get a chance to. So,
but then I went off to graduate school at Johns Hopkins University after I had a career as a junior scientist and then eventually a senior engineer in the aerospace and defense industry.
All right, cool. Let me roll it back for y'all that think Sal's an expert in this shit. Let me roll it back for you.
Which I was for most of my life. I ended up getting 3 science degrees during that time.
3 science degrees.
And I rejected young Earth creation.
Also, not graduate degrees.
Because of the distant starlight problem and radiometric dating.
Distant starlight problem.
But then I went off to graduate school at Johns
Radiometric
Hopkins
dating.
University after I had a career.
Guys, these are the most debunked shits possible. Absolutely no credibility to try to undermine radiometric dating. Radiometric dating, one of the most reliable techniques we have. And do y'all know what? Do y'all know what would happen if Sal was right about radiometric dating? Take a wild guess. Guess what it would mean for science if Sal was actually right and there was just huge problems for radiometric dating. Come on, guys. I need you guys to guess. Don't be lazy here. Oh, maybe the reason nobody's putting anything in the chat is because the answer's fucking nothing. Right? That's what these jackasses want to do. They always want to make you suspect of some shit that literally wouldn't matter even if they were. Of course, they're not right. But if they were right, it wouldn't matter. Why would it matter, Jay? Because there's so many other fucking dating techniques. And the only ones that we consider valid are the ones that all line up. So if there was really problems with radiometric dating, we would just be like, okay, throw out the radiometric dating data. Whoop, out the window it goes. See you later, radiometric dating. All right. Now, just coalesce all the other forms of dating and data and all the other shit we got. Okay, cool. Now, what has changed? Oh, not the goddamn thing. Great. Cool. Great. Except what? Sal's bank account, I guess, maybe? Like, I don't know what the fuck this is about. Right? The redshift light problem, again, already dealt with. Too many other ways to correlate scientific data for any of this shit to fucking matter. Like, Jesus Christ.
Career as a junior scientist and then eventually a senior engineer in the aerospace and defense industry.
And there you go. The aerospace and defense industry. Not a goddamn thing to do with evolutionary biology. If you're going to come at an evolutionary biologist and tell me I have to respect somebody else's credentials, please do not be surprised when I sit here and pull up that person's credentials. And when people try to tell me I'm trying to steal straw man Sal and the blase and the flavonoids, please refer to the fact that I'm trying to get my understanding of Sal's expertise from motherfucking Sal.
I went off and started going to graduate school in physics.
And then what? Graduate school in physics, waiting for the part about evolutionary biology.
As I studied that, I began to see, well, you know, this is some of the stuff in cosmology and, radiation. It's not as airtight as we think. And I started to get excited because I was interested in.
Again, nothing to do with our origin stories, y'all. Motherfuckers ain't got nothing to do with somebody. Oh, there were some problems, right? And this is the thing I always like to say. There were some problems in this field that were really saying that there's pointing to problems in this other field. Y'all, go fuck yourself. This is what I mean about I don't have to listen to people after they say shit like this. Right? What other dumbasses are going to get up in here and be like, oh, yeah, well, please listen to this expert witness who's a chemist who is here to tell us about all that is wrong with the field of physics, right? They'll be like, if you don't get a physicist up in this bitch and quickly, right? Right? That's the problem, y'all. It's people trying to poke at another discipline from outside the discipline based on the expertise of other people outside the discipline, and none of them know what's going on inside the discipline. And the reason they can't get any of this shit acknowledged in the discipline is because they are sitting on some bullshit. And they're lazy. They're too lazy to do the work because they know it wouldn't go anywhere. And then do the research and get the research published in the field they claim there's a problem in. They'd rather hand wave about their expertise in other fields and then prove their case on YouTube. And if your dumbass wants to follow along and believe them, go right ahead. I got a bridge to sell you.
Alternative energy, particularly low temperature fusion, and that had relevance to radiometric dating if there are alternate ways to change.
Scientist of the month, James Apperson. I love it.
Somewhere around 2012, I said, maybe it just is.
Sal has a video where he shows how many math books he owns. Jesus. Oh, my goodness. Yep. Always in their camp being engineers or some other degree that ain't got shit to do with evolution or cosmology. Exactly. Get them, mods. Get them. We ain't fucking with these bots. We are not fucking with these bots. Not at all, or not even a little bit are we fucking with the bots. Hang on. I'm going backstage right now. Dealing with the bots. I don't like the sex robots. This ain't no motherfucking 90s fucking Jamiroquai video or shit. This ain't no motherfucking... This is the return of the space cowboy. Add a little report. Always got to report them pornographies. And yeah, good shit. Thank you guys.
It's a step of faith.
James Apperson, thank you so much.
Even if I don't have all the facts that I would want, I think I'm just going to accept it. It's true that the earth is young.
All right, here we go. Here's another. Now this time it's the double FU. This is the double go fuck yourself where I never have to listen to a goddamn thing Sal says, right? Till he changes up this bullshit. Come back to us with something better than this. You want my motherfucking attention? You're going to have to come at me with something better than this.
I would want. I think I'm particularly low temperature, alternate ways to change. Maybe it just is a step of faith.
All right, here we go, y'all.
Somewhere around 2012, I said, maybe it just is a step of faith. Even if I don't have all the facts that I would want, I think I'm just going to accept it. It's true that the earth is young. And I went on to work with Dr. It's true. All in 2012, I said, maybe it just is a step of faith. Even if I don't have all the facts that I would want, I think I'm just going to accept it. It's true that the earth is young. And I went on to and so somewhere around 2012, I said, maybe it just is a step of faith. Even if I don't have all the facts that I would want, I think I'm just going to accept it. It's true that the earth is young. I said, I have to change. And so somewhere around 2012, I said, maybe it just is a step of faith. Even if I don't have all the facts that I would want, I think I'm just going to accept it. It's true that the earth is young.
Go fuck yourself, fuck yourself, fuck yourself, go fuck yourself, fuck yourself, fuck yourself, and fuck yourself. Go fuck yourself, go fuck yourself, self. Take a dildo and go fuck yourself, and then you're gonna fuck yourself to the east, and fuck yourself to the west, and fuck yourself till you know how to fuck yourself the best. I'm saying go fuck yourself. Go fuck yourself. Go fuck yourself. Worship pastor getting down on that ass. Woo! Oh, what a stupid motherfucker. Oh my goodness. Are you serious? Is this dude serious? Is he serious? That's when you're done. That's when you're done. Because that is not science. Scientists don't get to accept the theories they prefer in the absence of all the facts they'd like to have. So when you surrendered yourself to Jesus, you surrendered your scientific credibility. Now, you could be a motherfucking Christian all you goddamn want to. And you could be a motherfucking creatard all you goddamn like. But what you don't get to do is pretend you have some sort of expertise that can undermine the evolutionary account without demonstrating, number one, the proper credentials. And number two, the proper academic, scientific, peer-reviewed literature that supports this. Published in the field. Not in no Christian nightmare bullshit. Not in no journal of the motherfucking cosmological speculation. Not in Sal's motherfucking books. In the motherfucking field of biology. Until you convince biologists that there are problems with our origin stories, you ain't nothing but a snake oil salesman on YouTube. Can I get an amen? Hallelujah. Go fuck yourself. And then fuck yourself to the east. And you fuck yourself to the west. And Pocket's gonna fuck you up because he's the best. Let's go.
And I went on to work with Dr. John Sanford, who is a famous genetic engineer. He saved billions of lives through his genetic inventions. His invention is in the Smithsonian National Museum of American History for his accomplishments. He's a retired Cornell research professor.
All right, here's another great thing.
He saved
guys, Sal, just like religion, my one black friend always says, religion is useful, guys. Sal is useful, guys. Sal's very useful. He's very instructive of all the way one could be sitting on some bullshit.
Billions of lives who work. And so somewhere around 2012, I said, maybe just as a step of faith, even if I don't have all the facts that I would want, I think I'm just going to accept it as true that the earth is young. And I went on to work with Dr. John Sanford, who is a famous genetic engineer.
Again, famous genetic engineer. Now that is some biology, but it ain't evolutionary biology. And genetic engineers are not considered experts in this area. They're considered people who take our current knowledge of genetics and use it to solve engineering problems. So while some of our colleagues might dabble in genetic engineering, and genetic engineering can certainly be a useful tool for studying evolutionary biology, please do not get those two things confused.
He saved billions of lives through his genetic inventions. His invention is in the Smithsonian National Museum of American History for his.
That's really amazing. He saved a lot of lives. Guess how relevant that is to this conversation? Not at all. Not at all. I'm sure he's a great guy, though.
Accomplishments. He's a retired Cornell research professor.
He's a saint, guys.
And he had posited that humanity's young, and I worked with him on that and other things over the last 7.5 years.
And he thought that humanity's young. Again, a genetic engineer believed that humanity is young. You guys know what I was doing before I spent a decade, 2 of those 3 eternities in graduate school, getting a PhD in evolutionary biology? Yeah, I just so happened to get a master's degree in evolutionary biology. I spent my time getting a master's degree in biological anthropology at Penn State University, where I studied the evolution of human sexuality. Wrote my master's thesis on sexual selection and men's voices. Penn State just so happened to like to brag at the time about being the #1 anthropology department in the country. Famous anthropology museum, Nina Jablonski, bunch of famous evolutionary anthropologists and evolutionary biologists. All right. Once again, made it all the way through grad school without hearing about the problems that suggest that humanity's young. And I bet you guys out there, because you're a very educated audience, I see my YouTube demographics. I bet you guys are very capable of guessing exactly why I never heard about these problems that suggest that humanity's young. Because there aren't any. That's right. Because oh my God, there's so much evidence. And they won't stop going on about the evidence. They make you take these classes. Do y'all know what fucking anthropologists actually do? I'm going to tell you some shit. Indiana Jones, go fuck yourself. Indiana Jones and everybody that made that shit, go fuck yourself. You fucking suck. You guys lied to everybody. You made it look like if you become an anthropologist, you put on the cool ass hat and like the leather jacket and you go fucking Tomb Raider mode up in this bitch and you go find some fucking national treasures and some fucking lost civilizations and shit and you fight off the demons and you got a fucking lasso shit and you be jumping across the fucking volcanoes and whatnot. That's some fucking horseshit. Go fuck yourself, Indiana Jones. The truth is, anthropologists just read. Y'all, I begged to just quit and go to law school. I literally said to myself, there's no way in the world lawyers, doctors, or none of them bitches have to read this much to get through school. There was Sundays where people would be like, Jay, what are you doing today? I'd be like, I need to read 300 pages today. And they would be like, why on earth would you do that? So that I only have to read 500 tomorrow when I have a full... Y'all, I'm serious. It was hundreds of pages a day. Oh, it was crazy. I felt like the fucking Supreme Court justice. When you really hear the Supreme Court interviews and you really talk to the Supreme Court about what it's like to sit on the Supreme Court, they'd be like, oh yeah, we just read all day. Oh yeah, we got to read and then discuss every single line of what we read, and then we got to write all this bullshit opinion about what we're reading. Oh, we just read and write all day. That's what anthropologists do. It's fucking awful. Indiana Jones is a fucking fraud. And so anyway, they be making you go over all the evidence. Oh my God, all the skulls they found and the bones and the pinky toe of this hominid that lived 400,000 years ago, and then the pelvis evolution and the evolution of the gut and the fucking angles of rotation of the bipedality of the motherfucking crotch rockets, then the fucking brachiation patterns of the lemurs, and oh my lord, the evidence is just, there's too much of it. It was awful. It was terrible. It was terrible, y'all. It was terrible. I had to get out of there. I met Rich Linsky at the Evolution Conference in 2013 or 2012 or some shit like that. He was like, yo, you want to come hang in the lab? I was like, absolutely. Absolutely. Get my black ass in a lab immediately. Y'all, I was desperately seeking jobs in labs. I was like, I can't read like this for a living. I can't do this. Whoo. Whoo. Now y'all know why I hate reading. I'll be telling people all the time, when y'all bring out the big philosophy books, oh, Jay, let's do about it, get the fuck out of here. The last thing Jay wants to do on his free time is fucking read anything. Oh, they tortured me, y'all. They tortured me with the evidence. And it all suggests that humanity's old. All of it. I wish some of it did. I wish they hid like a gem up in there. You know what I'm talking about? Something to make it all worthwhile. Like, surprise, motherfucker, we had some shit for you. Yeah, we just make you read all this fucking shit that make the earth old, and we slip the evidence that humanity is really young. We slip it way in the back of the book just to test y'all. We wanted to see if y'all was going to read the whole thing. We wanted to see if you was going to read the whole thing. I'd be like, oh, that was clever. That was clever. I really like that. That was pretty dope. Go fuck yourself for making me read that much. But I see what y'all did. That was clever. No, it's not like that, y'all. It's just never-ending mountains of evidence that all suggest that we're old, and you just don't care anymore. You're just like, yeah, we evolved. That's it. It's not a big deal. We evolved, you know. And you just move on with your life. Whew, don't get them talking about that evidence. So I'm telling y'all, they're going to make you read some shit, and you're going to really wish you hadn't even brought it up. I promise you. You're going to really wish you hadn't even brought it up. All right, y'all, look, we're going to open up the room. James Apperson, you can let yourself in the room. We're going to start up the queue system for everybody else. Let's see what we got here. We got to do some things. All right, first off, I'm going to have to pin the link for the things. So I'm going to pin the Restream link. But it is in the description. The link is in the description. You can call in. The link is in the description. And then also, before we do that, I'm going to tell you all about the new pandemic. Yeah. And then we might do some Ken Hovind stuff. It depends on how things go. We'll see. But we're not going to go too late because we want to hang out at the arcade and watch competitive fighting games. Duh. We're not going to fucking sit around and talk about God all day. Jesus Christ. We're going to go to the arcade, which is where the cool kids go, and we're going to ban Jesus. We're going to ban philosophy. We're literally going to, y'all think I'm kidding. We're going to kick all the Bible and philosophy nerds off the stream. Yeah, we don't give a shit about your viewership. We want to have fun. We don't give a fuck if there's more or less viewers. We just want to have a good time with our friends. We don't give a fuck. We don't give a fuck. We gotta knock these theists around for a little bit, call it a day, go have some fun. You know, have a good time with our friends. Life's short. Can't talk about Jesus the whole time. God damn it, James Apperson, get back in here. He came and he went. He's gotta come back. All right, I'm gonna copy the link. There's the link. All right, now I'm gonna go put it in the chat. Here's the chat. All right, guys, boom, there it is. There you have it. There's the link, call the show. We pin the message. Oh, no, this is Sean. Ooh, hang on. We're going to do this right. Oh, yeah, it's time to have fun. Stay backstage. Don't go anywhere. Jeez, I can't stand these people. These people don't know how to do a show. They don't know. When you're backstage, you're in the green room. We can see you back there. We know you're back there. Just chill out. Everything's going to be okay. Pockets got you. I'm going to hold on to you. All right, let's do this over here. We're going to go to this one, and we're going to restream over here. We're going to restream over here. And restream over there, and restream everywhere. Listen to the song. It's called Link Up With The Gang. Yo, Spotify is really treating me like all right, let me sign in real quick. Then we link up with the gang. Boom, hit me with it. It's time to link up with the gang. Airplane mode. Ready for takeoff?
Your attention, please. Please do not smoke in the terminal building.
Please smoke in the terminal building.
In the specified smoking areas.
Zach. OG, I draw up the plate. Penny, he go get the cake. Then we link up with the gang. OG, I draw up the plate. Penny, he go get the cake. Then we link up with the gang. OG, I draw up the plate. Penny, he go get the cake. Then we link up with the gang. OG, I draw up the plate. Penny, he go get the cake. Then we link up with the gang. OG, I draw up the plate. Niggas don't know what to think. Thought I get money, you change. What you thought we was the same? Still stay away from them clones. Niggas better leave me alone. Talking about niggas is low. Run with niggas who don't know you. Whoa, I make that zagging when city to city. You niggas not hot in your state. If it was money to get a hit Henny, we get get it and never complain. Same go for the game. And we split it up all the same. I can't really eat, let's stay straight. Cause we go way back in the day. My day ones from back in the day. They still hang around me today. You wanna come round us, you can't. I'm rolling up loud, it's great. But mama, she bad but complain. Cause I'm too in love with my dreams. And I gotta get on the plane. And go get this money with Benji. I draw up the plate. And then he go get the cake. Then we link up with the gang. Gang. OG, I draw up the plate. And then he go get the cake. Then we link up with the gang. Gang. OG, I draw up the plate. And then he go get the cake. Then we link up with the gang. Gang. OG, I draw up the plate. And then he go get the cake. Then we link up with the gang. Gang. I get the bag with the gang. Taking that Zach to the bank. And it be all in my drink. You niggas is stupid, you think that should change? You not even hot in your gang. Ain't nothing even hot about your gang. You niggas be lying about saying, be posting them pictures of guns for the fame. Niggas just look at me different now. Say that's your man, but he a clown. Don't fuck around with the fuck around. Nigga, you should cut it out. Me and my niggas take different routes. Punch a bitch nigga all in his mouth. Hold up my nigga, we different now. I need a Robert, this is my style. I get a check today, I spent it all tomorrow. I get a bitch today, she probably a foreign model. I get a check today, I spent it all tomorrow. I'm with my gang today, tomorrow never promise. OG, I draw up the plate, and then he go get the cake. Then we link up with the gang. OG, I draw up the plate, and then he go get the cake. Then we link up with the gang. OG, I draw up the plate, and then he go get the cake. Then we link up with the gang. OG, I draw up the plate, and then he go get the cake. Then we link up with the gang.
All right, I think I wanted to see this over here. All right, that's all right. Oh, yeah. Y'all know what time it is. We about to have some guests up in this bitch.
Pump up the jam, pump it up while your feet are stumping. And the jam is pumping. Look ahead, the crowd is jumping.
Joining me first.
Get the party going on the dance floor. See, cause that's where the party's
a
at.
man you are so excited to see. He is so smart. He is so handsome. He is so charismatic and popular. I don't know if I can handle it. I might have to leave. I might not be able to share the pulpit with this man. He might just need to take over the whole show. I mean, I hope that you have been thinking about this man since the crack of dawn. Please welcome Sean. Give it up, give it up, give it up, give it up. Give it up, give it up, give it up. And joining us on the panel. Where? Stop the music. Stop the music. No, we're not pumping up the jam. Stop the music. Stop the music. Otangelo. Otangelo is back there the whole time. He waits till I start doing the introduction. I introduce Sean. I go to introduce Otangelo and he's gone. He dips. Otangelo, this is show business, Otangelo. You are the reason that I'm never gonna make it to 1,000 subs. Otangelo, I can't get rich if you mess up my shows like this. Whatever. We're talking to Sean. Sean, what's up? Tell the people what's on your mind. Tell the people what you want to say. I can't. I can hear you. We're good. I'm good. How
hear
are
me?
you?
Well, I haven't. I mean, it's been a while since I talked to you. Probably a month or so before this thing started.
Yeah. Your mic's a little out of audio with your camera. Try refreshing it. It might be a restream thing. Actually, you know what? I got another idea too. Here's another idea. Let's not have you come in there, and then let's bring in from this one, guys. Also, you know, some people like I don't know, Jason Kidd. Some people like I don't know, the Jason that from the Terror movie with the mask and all the bad things, you know. And some of you man fans who crush on men but won't admit that it's really a crush, you won't shut up about Jason Bourne. Okay? But are you ready for a man who will outshine them? Oh, now he's ready. Oh, now he's ready. I'm talking about Jason Bourne.
What's up?
Oh, yeah, we like that. Oh, give it up for him. And how could we start the show? We need a theist, a religious person, not one of these flag-waving phonies. Somebody who believes in intelligent design. It's old theistic evolution nonsense. Somebody who believes Jesus died for their sins. Somebody who believes in Rin Tin Tin. Somebody who believes in the Shroud of Turin. Welcome to the show. God damn it, what you doing over here? Where did he disappear again? Did he disappear again? Oh, D'Angelo! Oh man, what a panel. All right, guys. The people are watching. There's quite a few people watching, so we're gonna have to make sure this is good. All right, so from now on, getting along is not allowed. Everybody fight. Go ahead. Start fighting about whatever you want to talk about. Fights. Nobody's allowed to get along. Everybody has to. No, I'm kidding. What's up, guys? I'm glad to see you guys. Glad everybody's here. I was really triggered today by Sal. I can't do the Sal thing.
Jay, I think rightfully so, right? Like I've watched that dude, but the reason that I actually called in was after talking to you a long time ago and been wanting to for like the past week to call in and be like, what?
Sure.
But I don't like it. I mean, obviously, it's kind of brilliant. The Sal thing, you know, you were talking.
I'm having trouble with your audio. Are you guys having trouble with him?
Sal,
it's like he's lagging.
Yeah, you're lagging. Try jumping out and jumping back in. Sometimes that fixes it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Try refreshing it. Or try your phone.
I don't back in, Jason, it's nice to finally meet you. I've seen you. I've never been able to make that connection. And if I don't back on after dinner, Jay, if you guys
Yeah. Just try, but just try refreshing it, like jumping out and coming back in, or sometimes actually switching browsers. Sometimes that also helps. But yeah.
Hotspot, because the we had a set recently.
Oh, okay, yeah. But yeah, we'll come back to you in a minute.
I'll be back.
All right, cool. Thanks.
Okay.
Jason, I guess let's hear from Otangelo, and then I'll let Jason respond. Otangelo, hello?
You there, Otangelo? Otangelo. You're muted, Otangelo. Okay.
All right. Well, what'd you think about everything going on with Sal today? Did you see the stream?
The stream with Rebecca,
it was like the zinc fingers thing. Yeah.
Oh, I've seen him talk about that.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, I can only stomach him so much on Rebecca's streams. Like, it's almost like when he gets on there with Rebecca turns into like this student of like Professor Sal, and like he can do no wrong, and like it's just like an echo chamber. It just reinforces what he's saying. Yeah, it's that's James Apperson. Yeah. What did he specifically say that triggered you? What, I mean, is it just the typical like his?
No, it's the direct access, right? It's like the I guess it's the relationship, I guess, with Rebecca.
Okay.
Right. It's like I feel like Rebecca's my friend, and I feel like, if somebody's feeding Otangelo stuff, I don't know who that is, and I don't think that person's in our community, right? And I don't watch their content. But having to like sit there and just watch her listen to him and the gleefulness with which she is taking this in. And I've seen this with Taylor, right? And it is what we teach, right? Like I don't like to be that person that's like, well, this is my area of expertise, but this is what I teach, right? And we teach philosophy of science, and we teach all of the tactics we see on the internet, right? Like this whole thing where we get to poke a hole in evolution, and then we get to say, oh, well, creationism wins because it's the alternative, and we're going to fundamentally misrepresent how science works, and then try to keep certain words out of our vocabulary so that we sound scientific, and try to get this. And it's like, I sometimes don't think people are recognizing the criminal nature, to me, of all of this.
I agree.
Like,
I totally
one,
agree.
it's the total just, you can't willfully misrepresent yourself as an expert in a field. I can't perform surgery on Sean and say, well, I told Sean I'm a doctor, and Sean believed that I was a doctor, so I went ahead and cut his ass open. What's the problem with that, right? Like, I mean,
But Jay,
go ahead.
Jay, do you see a difference between Rebecca and you think that Sal is better, right? Like, I felt like there's a game going on. If he's using the word scientist, the papers that he publishes.
Sean, it's hard to hear you because you're like cutting out like every couple minutes.
Nice.
It really sucks. But
it's my connection.
Yeah. So I guess
I just imagine a swear word every time it cuts out, and then it works out pretty good.
Oh, that's interesting. I gotta try that. So I don't know. I think he may be asking me about the difference between Rebecca and Sal in this situation.
Like, you're not a doctor. I agree. That, for me, that's why I said the wrong way, because I think he intention is, if it's only slightly, right? Like, even if he half of this shit or 75% that he's fully aware that before he's playing this like game with papers he's published and that sort of, they think Rebecca's to that point yet. Like Otangelo, I think he's in that stage of Otangelo that he knows he's like, all these guys know that a small percentage of this stuff, they're peddling bullshit and they're fully.
Yeah, it's tough. So I think that that's hard. So and to me that is the difference. Now, this is something I've been struggling openly with Rebecca in particular, because I don't know where she's going to end up. I don't know if she's going to end up her own version of Sal, or like I'm still in a place with Rebecca where I consider her in play on the spectrum. There's like this sort of William Lane Craig end of the spectrum, and you're like unreachable because it's just your stick, it's your business, it's your gig, it's your, you're not gonna deplatform yourself, and I just don't count on you to be intellectually honest enough to reform. There's the way other end of the spectrum where you're such a fundamentalist that literally we can't even have conversations with you. So I don't think she's in either of those places. And then what's really scary to me is like my grandparents are fundamentalist Pentecostal ministers, and to me they're like as dogmatically insane as possible. Right? Like they're the example of everything wrong with Christianity. But somehow throughout my life, there's example after example after example, and even recent examples where they surprise me with how reasonable they can be. Like, it's like I flip out and the family gets mad at me for doing something, and then like tell my mom, like, hey, I need you on my side. And then my mom tries to, throw her weight around and get him to do something. And then they go with it. And I'm like, wait, that worked? Like, wait, you listened and changed your mind? Like, so it's really hard for me to know when to like not expect that someone's capable of changing anymore. Now, the issue with Rebecca is like I've said, I think there's too much tape on her. It's the thing that people don't realize. There's just maybe hundreds, if not thousands of hours of footage of her having these conversations. And so there just comes a point where people are going to say, either you're going to be influenced by these things and grow, you're going to increase your formal education about this issue so you can get a clue, or people are just going to lose interest in you, or we're going to categorize you as, oh, you're a full-time hardcore apologist, and there's really no reasoning with this person. And I don't know where she's at, but my point is, I know I'm rambling, but Sal is pulling her further and further into the wrong direction, and it's almost like he's working directly opposed to my efforts to make her a more reasonable, rational, and science accepting person. And the scary thing is, I think as much as I'm acting from a place of I actually care about her, even though I don't agree with her, he has way more influence on her, even though I think he's failing to show that duty of care, which is why, that's why I got upset when she came at James Apperson, right? Because I'm like, you're lucky that you have a friend like James Apperson who's willing to tell you what a lot of us really think about your faith, but won't say. But it's easier to just say, oh, well, I'm offended that you said that, and go, with the other guys. So it's just that's a lot of my frustration. But then with Sal, again, it's like he puts on the airs. He brags about his science background. He does all the typical scarecrow tactics and misinformation thing. He reveals his hand. Oh, no, I actually just accepted it on faith, even in the absence of the evidence I really needed. Oh, but come over, listen to my scientific opinion about why you should be an intelligent design creationist. Like, nope, sorry, Sal. This is stuff that literally my students can tell you halfway through the semester is bunk. Go ahead.
Difficulty being in your position, or being probably what frustrates all of us, is that you can sit down. I'm pretty sure I've seen Jason, and all of you can sit down and make these rational. And at the end of the day, even when she sees like very problematic, laughs and goes, haha, okay, well, moves on, because someone like he's just a bias machine for her, right? Like she to make sure like this is where I'm going. No, he's got 25% of him is
hey Sean,
is there? Yeah, I'm sorry.
If you switch to just where it's just your photo and not
yeah,
streaming
try
your
that,
image,
try that. Yeah, try that. Yeah.
It might make better use of bandwidth.
All right, count from 10 to 1.
Does that?
All right, go ahead.
3, 4. Does that?
Nope.
No.
Nope.
I'm gonna dinner and then
Yeah. See if you can get
internet,
see if you can get a better
minutes.
signal. Yeah, appreciate it. Thanks so much for coming through, Sean.
Yeah.
We'll see you soon, man. Thank you, buddy. I really appreciate it. Guys, I'll let Sean come through anytime. I love talking to Sean. Sean, you're welcome back as soon as you're ready, man. Appreciate you. Thank you guys so much. Also, chat. I appreciate the chat's on fire. AR, Jesse, Caterpillar, Dearth, of course the crew, Lena, Cameron, Melody. Appreciate all you guys. All right, James, go ahead. Oh wait, hang on a second. Let me give a couple more shout outs. Spider. UC Love, man. UC Love is with us, man. UC Love is hardcore crew. I think UC Love's been around for a lot now. Chris Moore, really, really appreciate all you guys. Miles Davis, of course, and Otangelo, man. I love seeing Otangelo's name in the chat. Captive Desk, man. We're Paul, man. It's crazy, like. So many of our unique viewers are active in the chat. Fenton, what's going on, homie? What's going on? Anyone have a percentage value to the likelihood of creationism being introduced into schools in the next 20 years? You're at 60%. Man, I wouldn't be surprised in some way, shape, or form, Fenton Mully. I mean, they might go really explicit with it. They might even go something like, well, it is history, or it should be taught as part of the science, the history of evolutionary science, right? Or straight up like, they'll go with like religious studies, and then they'll fill the curriculum, and they'll be like, well, yeah, our religious studies course is inclusive of all religions. There just wasn't enough room in the semester for other religions.
Yeah.
Sorry, we did 15 weeks of Christianity and we just didn't have enough space left over for Islam.
That's exactly something they do.
All right, guys, I'm going to shut up and let you guys talk so people can hear some other voices. Always excited, man. This is a crazy panel, right? Imagine if it was just me, Jason, and James all the time, man. We'd be kicking people's asses.
I like what Jesse said about the International House of Prayer. But it kind of reminds me of International House of Pancakes. But we couldn't give her that much credit because she ain't got no pancake mix.
Yeah, it's man, and then the thing that really gets me a lot, I noticed this yesterday, she was really kind of going off on how our worldview is like ridiculous. Like she kept making a point to say, well, this is what happens when your worldview is absurd.
Rebecca?
Yeah.
Yeah, she kept calling us gullible and all that other stuff.
Look, Rebecca, okay, here's my take on Rebecca. Rebecca, and we've talked about this before, and Sal does this kind of too, is that it's very passive-aggressive. So, like, she's a very nice woman. She, but what she says is just demonstrably wrong. But like, she coats it with kind of a veneer of politeness. And Sal does this. Sal does this too sometimes. You'll notice that sometimes
the snarky smile. I hate it. I can't stand it.
Or like Sal will be in a debate or a conversation, and somebody else will. Like there'll kind of be like some slight overlap in the talk, and Sal will be like, "Oh, I just wanted to say I'm very sorry. I do not mean to overtalk you. I want to be very polite." And then he wants to say this shit that is really like just off the wall wrong, But like he wants to code it with like we're having like this educated scientific discussion on this and we're not going to interrupt each other. But the thing is, when you say things that are wrong, somebody's going to say, wait a second, I just need to interrupt you. What you said is wrong. And it's demonstrably wrong. It's not represented in the literature. And what you're saying is not correct. And so, like you were saying, Jay, there is an air of like criminality to this, in that what they're doing is essentially encouraging other people to be like, hey, well, Rebecca said X, maybe I will, they reinforce those incorrect views. And it's, so that's why sometimes I feel like, I'm like, Rebecca, I don't mean to be rude to you, but I am being rude to you because what you're saying is bullshit.
I think it has to happen. I really do. And first off, I think that's a cult thing. It's what cults do. Right? Mm-hmm. No cult recruits people by walking up to you, slapping you in the face and being like, you're wrong. Hey, come by. We've got a game room and we'll feed you. And, oh, you've got a place to stay and give you the shirt off my back, And
love bombing.
Love bombing, exactly. On top of that, it's very immature. Because, Jason, you can talk about this, right? You have that student that takes advantage of your kindness. The student that knows you don't want to give them a bad grade, knows you don't want to have an uncomfortable conversation with you, but they keep showing up late to class or not turning their assignments in on time, or, and it's like they're going to take advantage of your kindness until you say, nope, sorry, I'm not going to give you an extension this time. Nope, sorry, you're just going to have to live with this grade. And then you're the bad guy.
That's right.
Right? How dare you treat me like this? All I did was not be able to do the same thing the rest of my classmates do every single day. right. And how dare you do your job of comparing my efforts in your course to the work of my peers, right? How awful are you, right? And it's incredibly frustrating because they're taking advantage of it. It's supposed to be no matter what I say, how wrong I am, you tell me it's all good, right? And no matter how many times I tell you you're an idiot, you got to be super nice to me. Now, I can make jokes about you, and you're supposed to just, take it all in good fun and laugh and be a good sport about it. But it's craziness. Jason Torrin, I'm going to let you talk and respond to that. I've got something very important to take care of. I have to make Stupid Whore Energy a mod right away because I just, I need the celebrity vibe, boom, done, wrenched. Sorry. Stupid Whore Energy contributes a lot. Also, Stupid Whore Energy made me some sweet, sweet money. Stupid Whore Energy is getting me paid. No, we're not running an illegal prostitution ring out of the basement of the church. She came through and asked about horizontal gene transfer in Avita, which is actually one of my research topics. So when I dropped it on my advisor, he had to be like, damn, your counter-apologetics community is actually supporting your research? Like, wow, that's crazy. Like, you're legit. Like, hey, I ain't gonna lie to you. That's the type of fan comments that helps a nigga get what we call a tenure track job. I'm very excited about it. So I'm like, hey, I didn't pump it down their throats, Mike. The chat showed up and they said they want to know about what's going on with horizontal gene. It's almost like I have to show them my research after that. So we appreciate you. Please enjoy your wrench, and the rest of you can get a wrench when you become celebrity commenters. I'm just kidding. But yeah, Go ahead, guys. Yeah, so that's my thing about Sal. Where are you guys at? I definitely want to rant about it. It pisses me off.
Here's one of my concerns. It's easy enough to notice that Sal's going to create more and more of a wedge between Rebecca and her atheist audience. With that in mind, and he already is to an extent, but with that in mind, she has a son that is an atheist and a skeptic and is highly. He's really into philosophy and logic and all that stuff. And ironically, she's kind of proud of him for it. But at the same time, she disagrees with it, right?
Sure.
And so, up until recently, her style of theocracy has been pretty like flowers and puppies and rainbows and general ideas about love and very vague notions about who and what Jesus is all about. And so that I can imagine that's probably not a big wedge for her son, who just doesn't believe in that crap. But as Sal pulls her further and further into fundamentalism, it's going to end up fundamentally altering the way that she relates and thinks and speaks. And I could easily see that becoming a real problem between her, in her relationship with.
Well, it's a problem in my relationship with my family. It's getting better now, but it's only getting better by me asserting my atheism and being like, I'm not going to stand by and watch you guys do stupid shit. And you have to risk them not liking it, because otherwise they just continue to smother you with the faith. Like, I always tell people this. My grandparents don't say hello when they answer the phone. They say, praise the Lord, right? Because the expectation is that they'll say, praise the Lord, Grandpa, right? Like that's, and apparently that's what everybody in their life fucking does, right? Everybody that they speak to is willing to go praise the Lord instead of, y'all grown. Y'all know other people don't believe that shit, right? Y'all ever heard of hello, good evening, good afternoon, priest of residence, any of that shit, right? Like, so, and now I want to revisit this criminal thing. Most of us believe that Joseph Biden got more votes than Donald Trump, correct?
Sure.
And that's what we call makes Joe Biden the lawful president of these United States, right?
Mm-hmm. He got more electoral votes. I think he got more actual votes too, but he could have not. It's possible for him to have not gotten it.
Yes. So he won the popular vote and the electoral college.
Correct.
Yes. He whooped Donald Trump's ass on both fronts. Correct. Donald Trump lost. Right.
I mean, like, people constantly want to say things like Donald Trump got more votes than any other previous candidate. And I'm like, wait a second, except for the one guy he ran against, which is Joe Biden, who got more.
I love saying that every time he says that shit. I got more votes than anybody ever, except the dude you ran against that very time. Like, you moron.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, he doesn't know how any of this works. And so my point is, though, it's been not only did we know it, right? But I always tell people this. We could repeat it again. Anytime from now until when all of us die, you can poll people. And yeah, some people will misremember or not want to reveal you, but you could poll us again and ask people, do you remember who you voted for in the 2020 presidential election? Right? Most people will tell you, yeah, I voted for Donald Trump or I voted for Joe Biden, right? And we could do it. We could run it back right now.
Totally.
Right? And we'd get the same answer. Yeah. And it's gone so far as to be what? Adjudicated in the courts. Right? They've taken their day in court and taken their shot, and the courts have said, nah, nothing to see here. You know, they won run case, and it turned out to be immaterial, I'm sure. So at some point now, we call it the big lie, right? And most of us want to see Donald Trump's ass end up in jail because he's perpetuating the big lie. And we all know it's a big lie. Again, there's tons and tons of data, tons and tons of evidence, tons and tons of footage. Now, we had an insurrection over the big lie, right? We've had now a January 6th commission, and they've gone off about all of this, right? Joe Biden won the election. They established through the Congress. Trump started lying about it, right? The whole nine, right? And then even now, to this day, probably this weekend, Trump will be holding a fucking rally talking about what? That big old lie. Now, my point is, a lot of us really do believe it's criminal, one, because we all know what happened. And so to pretend that, you know, you have some sort of private truth when we all know what's up is just not how this works. And on top of that, it's like he's putting himself in a position where his denial has influence on others, leads them to doing criminal things. On top of that, the matter has been settled in courts. So you are literally spouting something that has been legally established as not factual.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Intelligent design creationists are doing the same thing.
Yeah, I was about to say that. Yep.
They're doing the same. And that's why I wanted to say that's the criminal aspect. Sal, we have all the scientific evidence. It all says the same thing. Right? It comes from this field and that field and that field and this field and all over the globe, and it all says the same thing.
Well, but
and then the courts, right? Hang on, just quickly. The courts have said the same thing, right? We've had all these bodies of creationism versus evolution in the courts, and the courts have established that this is not a thing, right? And so they're continuing to do it in spite of all of that known and incredibly public correction. Go ahead. Sorry, Jason.
No, I think this is a good point. That's a good point. Obama.
I love that.
Thank you, David
Thanks,
Blackman.
Lena. Yeah, seriously.
The kind of alternative view to that, like if I put my Otangelo hat on, or like if you put your Trump hat on, that their response is that the courts are wrong, that they weren't able to they didn't make the appropriate decision. They didn't have the evidence in front of them that were required. The judges are corrupt. And they could say, and from a scientific perspective, it's the same thing. Somebody like Otangelo will say, well, couldn't those scientists be wrong? Consensus is irrelevant. He said that in the chat. Consensus is irrelevant. And so what it is that from a scientific perspective, and maybe from a legal perspective, they prey upon the strengths of science. A strength of science is to say, we're never 100% certain of anything. If we're presented with other information, we're willing to look at alternative hypotheses because a scientist wants to be open and objective. If I'm presented with other information that provides a contradictory hypothesis that is valid, then I want to consider that. I don't want to put my blinders on and say I'm unwilling to look at other evidence. But that is used against us to say, well, if that's the case, Jay, then couldn't there be evidence that contradicts evolution? And therefore, you're not 100% certain that evolution is true, and you can't prove certain things in evolution 100%. So therefore, these other things are quite possible. And I've picked like 5 authors who have talked about this. So guess what? My position is valid scientifically. This is a legitimate hypothesis. You're not considering it. Evolutionists are blind to the evidence. So that is what goes on, is that they're using the strength of science against us. And it's really, and it is criminal in some respects. Because as a legitimate scientist, you want to be open. You want to say to somebody like Otangelo, look, if somebody could present me with that evidence, I'm not unwilling to consider it. I just think that there's this mass mountain of other evidence on this other side, and you're going to have to outweigh that. And you've yet to do that. You've got a little molehill compared to a mountain over here. That's an exaggeration too. It's more
exactly.
like a drop of sand compared to Mount Everest.
Yeah.
So, and it's the same thing legally. Legally, they could say, well, look, they subjectively made these decisions, but the evidence wasn't presented in court. Trump actually won. It's just these judges. It's these activist judges making decisions based on their own political interpretations. So, anyways, that's my rant on that.
No, I think you're right on. Go ahead, James.
No, sorry, somebody was at the door.
Oh, okay. So I don't know. I'm kind of at a point where I really do believe that I think they're cowards. If I'm just going to be honest, I think they're cowards. Like I said, I played on a basketball team that lost every single game. I played on a couple teams like this, but let's specifically refer to the 2 years I was in middle school. 2 seasons, 7th and 8th grade, we lost every single game except one. The only game we won was the team we played had to play in a tournament. They decided the tournament was more important, So they didn't show up to the game against us, and therefore they had to forfeit the game. Otherwise, we lost every single game. Can you imagine how many games we threw pizza parties pretending we won the game? Right? We're in 7th and 8th grade. We're kids. I mean, you could argue it's really hurtful for us to have to admit we lost every game. And then what are we supposed to do? Just like show up to practice the next day, know that we're going to lose our next game? Right? You learn how to lose with a certain dignity. You learn how to take pride in the fact that you're a small school and you're up against schools that are kids that are bigger, faster, and stronger. Nobody expects you to win games. You learn to take the small victories. Somebody said they were going to beat you by 50. The buzzer goes off at the end of the game. We're celebrating like we won the damn game. They're looking around confused. Well, yeah, we remember you saying you'd beat us by 50. You beat us by 35. So it looks like you didn't do what you said you were going to do. Now, did you? Now, to them, that's fucking wild, right? Like, we just stomped on y'all. The coach pulled our starters out. That's why we beat you by 30. I said, no. Y'all said 50. You beat us by 35. Go fuck yourself, right? Like, and you have to do that to just take your pride, keep your dignity, right? And you just keep playing the game, right? And you know what else happens? Your parents and your friends show up every game, and your school announces the game every game, right? You have a pep rally, right? All right, you go because that's what it means to play the game, right? And I'm so thankful for that experience because you just learn that you don't have to win them all. And to me, the fatal flaw of Christianity, we could sit here and talk about evidence and philosophy all we want to. The fatal flaw is that they can't admit that they're wrong. They're grown people who cannot say, "I thought about it, I changed my mind, I was wrong about that." As soon as they do that, they lose the badge. So
that's right. I mean, I've had this discussion with like presuppositionalists, like where they're like, how do you know where your reason and intelligibility come from? And I'm like, look, I will agree that ultimately there are some assumptions I have to make in my worldview to be able to make sense of it. Like when you say, well, where does your reason come from? Like my brain, where did that come from? How did that get generated? Evolution, how did that get generated? Ultimately, you can go back and you're like, I don't know ultimately where that comes from, but I know that it works and that we use it on a regular basis and it's consistent. And it's not always consistent, but it is a method that we use to evaluate our world. And they would say, well, if you're not 100% sure of where your intelligibility and rationality come from, then your worldview is incoherent. You don't know anything. You don't know what you don't know. And so I would say to them, how do you know what you know? And they would say, revelation of God. I'm 100% sure that God gave me this intelligibility and rational thought. 100% sure. I say, you could never be wrong. I can never be wrong. You couldn't be deluded. I could not be deluded. It's impossible. How do you argue with somebody like that? They can say, I can never, ever be wrong.
Well, I think
I enjoy it. Go ahead.
Oh, no, James, you're good. I was just gonna say because I'm a cop out. So James, please don't forget your thought. Pin it. It means I really want to hear what you got to say. Don't forget. I'll just forget what I got to say. But I think, to me, I almost want to go to politics and just go, you can't, and therefore, power is power, and everything else is everything else. It's time for us to realize we can't get through to these people, and we can't compromise with them, and we can't meet them in the middle. We got to outvote them. We got to take back the government. We got to make sure they don't get elected to office. They recognize force. They recognize what you can and can't get away with. And if they can keep taking from us, they will keep taking from us. And they will keep letting our information go through the magic funnel. In one ear, out the other, totally bypassing the alleged brain in between of them, not always convinced. Go ahead, James.
Yeah, everything you said's right. I mean, what it boils down to for them is they're just gaslighting you. I mean, gaslighting, the entire purpose of gaslighting is to undermine your every confidence, but completely destroy your confidence in your own ability to reason things out. So that then, if it works, you're left with this confused and unconfident state. Like, oh no, now what will I base my worldview upon? And then that's when they insert Jesus, right? It's just gaslighting. And so when they pull this stunts like this, there's several different directions I go. One of them, and the most one probably, is to say, you know what, you're right. I am now a presuppositionalist. I am now going to base all of my reasoning abilities and my confidence in those abilities on Eric, the God-eating penguin, who by definition has to have already eaten your God. Therefore, I win.
Yeah, seriously. Cameron Bennett said, can the panel steelman the opposite side of why they believe the naturalist worldview doesn't answer any questions? Honestly, I'm going to say a couple things. Number one, Cameron, I think it's a great question. But I'm going to make a confession. I think steelmanning is actually overrated. Because I think when the other side is presenting you with bad arguments, you should not dress them up and make them look better. You should say, they sitting on some bullshit, and until they can demonstrate otherwise, steelmanning the other position is the other person's job. And if they can't do that, then, well, sounds like a personal problem. But I only say that because I think it's more a comment I want to make on the whole philosophical steelmanning thing, not because, again, like I said, I wanted to preface that by saying it's a great question, but I want to let people know how I do genuinely feel about steelmanning. What I genuinely hear about the naturalist worldview not answering any questions, and the steelman, I guess I'll say they would say the naturalist worldview doesn't answer every question, or the ultimate questions is one, like Jason Torrance said, they point to the scientific uncertainty, they point to the gaps, right? So they say you don't know everything, and what you do know, you don't know with certainty, and they kind of swap certainty and knowledge. They say since you don't have certainty, you don't really know, right? And that works on laymen. It shouldn't work so well on people who know what they're talking about. And then the other thing they do is just presuppose that the orderliness we see is an attribute of a created universe. God made it that way, or God did it that way. And then even if you go, well, you're saying we have evidence that the earth is old, but then you're insisting that it's young. Oh, yeah, well, God did it catastrophically, and it just made it look that way. Oh, okay. And then of course they hit you with what Jason Torrance was talking about. But you know, God's too terrifying. You know, God was God's totally outside your ability to comprehend His nature. So so really, the ultimate reality is beyond being comprehensible by humans. So of course, naturalism can't explain it. And then you go, so then how do you comprehend God to teach me about Him? And then, of course, Jason Torrance will hit you with the answer. Well, through revelation, right? Because he's perfectly revealed himself to me. That's the difference, right? So then they've got certainty about that. So then their certainty is greater than your uncertainty because math. That's right. Because Bible math. Go ahead, Jason Torrance.
I think you said it correctly. I'm okay with steelmanning, but generally, their view would be that naturalism cannot explain many facets of our world, and and it's a God of the gaps argument, but that unexplained aspect throughout the ages, we haven't been able to answer certain questions. We essentially just kind of push it back further and further. And as naturalism starts to discover things, that those things they discover just happen to align with what we say and we see in the Bible. And an example would be like, I can never say the guy's name right, George Lemaitre, the guy who was one of the individuals. He was a priest who originated the Big Bang Theory.
Hang on one sec, Jason Torrance. Sean, I just wanted to quickly welcome you back. Also, I just wanted to say, sorry, sometimes I've got, so many screens going on, I don't see somebody backstage. So if you ever let us know you're back in the private chat, anybody else on the panel, feel free to cut in and let me know. But also, Sean, you can also just hit me up a couple times in the the stream chat and just say, "Hey Jay, I'm backstage. I don't think you know," or something like that. It's fine. But welcome back and happy to have you back.
Is my mic working?
Give me a count from 10 to 1 or 1 to 10, whatever.
1, 4, 5, 6.
Were you skipping on purpose?
No, no. I wonder if it's no. I'm not.
You sound okay right now. We'll see.
I'll try. Go ahead. Jason.
Yeah, hang out for a bit and we'll see what happens.
Yeah, we'll see.
All right, go ahead, Jason.
I was saying about George Lemaitre, the guy who was one of the originators of the Big Bang Theory.
Yeah.
That essentially they would make the argument that, theists or Christians have a view that God is the originator of the universe. And guess what? Eventually, science discovers that the Big Bang,
that's a big part of it too.
Origination of the universe.
Yeah.
They're going to say, well, look, as we discover more and more about naturalistic parts of the world, it's an alignment with what we see in the Bible or other holy books, which only verifies our position. And so therefore, these unknowns that science doesn't know, we already know this through revelation.
This is Catholicism, right? This is, to me, I realize this is what the Catholic Church does. Right? They blow you up, burn you at the stake for being a heretic, and then once everybody becomes a heretic in that particular way, they go, "Oh, the church accept it." The church accepts that. We've been on board with that. So oh, that was just a typo from the previous administration.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe that the Catholic Church acknowledges evolutionary theory.
Yeah, I tell people I didn't know there was a problem till college.
Yeah.
Because coming to Catholic school, it was theology and biology maybe right next to each other. I mean, they were in the room next to each other, right? We had theology in one room. It was kind of like a little rotunda type of situation. I don't know what you call a room where the stairs are slanted or whatever the fuck, pointing down. And next to it was the lab. And it always felt like that's what you'd have, right? Like when you teach a big class, especially if you teach like a big science lab, a lot of times you have the lab next to a lecture hall, right? That's what I should call it. It's a lecture hall. It's got the slanty chairs in it or whatever. So, guys, I went to a very small school. There was like 50 kids in my graduating class, right? So our building wasn't that big. So, our faculty all hung out together. This division between religion and science, like that didn't exist. Like, it was literally, we were taught that Genesis is the Christian creation myth. When people started being like, "Oh, Jay, you shouldn't believe in the Bible because Genesis is a creation myth," I'd be like, that's about the dumbest thing I ever heard. That's about telling somebody you shouldn't like pizza because pizza is pizza. Right? Like, literally. But I used to tell people this. Me and my mom used to talk about this all the time. My mom loved my Catholic school because what she believed they were doing was giving me the knowledge of the faith, the history, the education, so that I understood what I believed. Which is why I think we talked about this earlier, but sort of how you think the whole Sal thing might have Rebecca between her and her son, right? That's what my mom's dealing with. She's dealing with her atheist son. I'm an atheist minister, right? That's her son. Her father's a Pentecostal bishop. You want to talk about being stuck in the middle? Right? That's crazy, right? But that's what we're talking about. That's the real life. Because again, we have the same personality type. Right? So if I said this when I started, I used to joke about this with Tux and No Name because I said, I think I'm rebelling from my family, right? I'm going to show them, I'm going to start me an atheist YouTube cult of personality. That'll show them I'm not built from the same cloth as them. But then I said, actually, like generations of my church, my family literally just started churches in the home that later became storefront churches, and some people eventually progressed to bigger churches. But like starting a church in the garage or the basement is literally like the family tradition. I just have an atheist flavor on it. So it will impress 0 people in my church. They'll be like, "Oh, you did that thing all the men in our family do? Cool, great, not interested." Right? But I realized that's how deep it is, right? Like it's just kind of the way it goes. But yeah, y'all, it's crazy. That's something I wanted to bring up early. I'm done. I'm gonna kick it to whoever picks it up.
So you know, Jay, I'm working on a paper right now as we talk. So.
Oh yeah, what's it about? What's it about?
It is a paper on using a machine learning technique to evaluate COVID related deaths with demographic, economic, and political ideology. So looking at like the alpha variant, the Delta variant, the Omicron variant across the United States in different regions. And if we can look at the effects of political ideology, vaccination rate, etc., on cumulative COVID deaths. So
totally interested. Totally want to see the results.
Yeah,
that's super interesting. All right, guys. So that brings up a big thing. Some of y'all clicked on the title because I promised I was going to tell you about the new pandemic that none of you.
Well, hey,
so
Jay,
many. I got to talk about a pandemic. No, go ahead, Sean.
Curious. I haven't heard about Rebecca's son. And
oh, we're gonna come back to that. Hang on. Let's because Jason Torrin just talked about pandemic. See, we got to segue to the pandemic, and then we'll come back. But I got to follow up on pandemic with pandemic real quick. All right, guys. So, man, this is crazy. I can't believe I'm actually covering this, y'all. This is wild. I actually can't believe I'm doing this story. All right, so a lot of y'all clicked on the title. Like I said in the intro, there's a new pandemic that a lot of people are not aware of. A lot of people are not really responding to. I don't really hear a lot in the news about it. And so it's kind of become to my attention that people are not aware of this particular pandemic. And I honestly think that, truth be told, this thing is going to kill over 1 million Americans. All right, so hang on a sec, y'all.
Well, I missed the...
All right. I'm talking about the new pandemic, Jason.
Monkeypox?
Nope, there's a new pandemic. Hang on, I got to mute you guys, and I'm going to tell the people about the new pandemic, and you can hear about the new pandemic. This is a special report of the David Blackman Show. Hi, I'm your host, David Blackman. So, guys, there is a new pandemic that I believe is going to kill over 1 million people. And the news doesn't want to cover it, so we're going to cover it. Nobody wants to talk about it, so I'm going to break it down for you. All right, here we go, folks. I was just fucking around with you. There is no new pandemic. COVID is still happening, dumbasses. It's called fucking COVID-19. COVID is still happening. Stop acting like COVID isn't happening. People are still dying from COVID. COVID it's killed over 1 million fucking Americans. Will you take something serious? How many fuckers does this shit have to kill? We want our lives back. People are vulnerable. People are old. People are immunocompromised. People don't want long COVID. Y'all gotta stop acting like this shit is real. The fuck is wrong with y'all? And they got the monkeypox now. Look, keep your monkey ass away from other people's monkey ass unless that shit is fucking necessary. Stop losing your goddamn minds. Y'all acting like 16. You taking motherfuckers that used to go out twice a month, and now they going out every night of the week. Like they ain't home no nights no more. Fuck is wrong with y'all? It's called COVID. COVID's the new pandemic that's going to kill over 1 million people. I can't believe I got to tell y'all this. Unbelievable. Sorry about that. Had to do some really important news coverage there related to the very important unknown pandemic that no one's talking about anymore for some odd reason.
They do not want to be burdened with COVID anymore. Nobody wants to wear a mask. Nobody wants to social distance. Nobody cares. They want it done with. And, you know, it's unfortunate. Like I go to the airport and like, I'm the only person wearing a mask, you know, or I was on a plane and it was like 5% of the people wearing masks. So
Yeah, it's weird. Really, really weird. Really, really weird.
People look at me.
They've lifted those mandates, though, right? Like
Well, they lifted them. Well, they lifted the mandates, but that doesn't necessarily mean that we shouldn't be, wearing a mask in closed situations like airplanes or actually terminals. Airport terminals are more dangerous than airplanes. Airplanes have pretty good ventilation, but airport terminals are horrible. Now, I'm vaxxed and boosted.
I've had 4 shots.
I still don't want to get it and spread it to somebody else.
Exactly.
And so I think that in certain situations, like if you're on mass transit, you're like on a bus with a bunch of people shoved in there, wear a mask. If you're on a plane, wear a mask. Now, nobody's going to tell you to wear a mask, but it's still a wise precaution. So,
yeah, 3 shots ourselves.
Yeah, I mean, you still can get it, and you could have a breakthrough. You could have a breakthrough case. Just because you've been vaccinated doesn't mean you can't get sick. You could get sick.
Tux?
It's
what up,
possible.
Caterpillar? Tux, you can call in if you want. I mean, anybody can call
Conservative.
in. We're supposed to start a queue, but we're good.
Politics that you go, or it gets into like the religious. Obviously, I think conservative politics are driven by a lot of like at least our people that push back on conservatives, libertarians, COVID's, either.
Yeah. It's just
stupid.
It's just weird. But yeah, Tux is in the house. Caterpillar's here. We got a lot of YouTube punk. So yeah, Sean, you wanted to talk about Rebecca and her son. So we don't have to, but I did want to remind people to just, be careful, guys. I do feel like it doesn't get talked about. There are still people who, for any number of reasons, are still making lots and lots of lifestyle sacrifices to keep themselves and others safe. And so, it would be nice for us to, be conscious of this thing and try to address it, because there's a lot of us that are hurting in those ways, right? Like that's the thing I feel like I'm still more or less living in isolation. There are other people who are like that for any number of reasons, and it just feels like, sure, you may be comfortable moving on, but maybe not everybody else is. And so we do have to consider the fact that there are sometimes this inconvenient truth called other people. Right. Yeah. So, but yeah, Sean, you wanted to talk about the Rebecca thing with their son. It's weird for me because that again, like my initial sort of being a fan of Rebecca's because she does remind me of people in my community. Either, I feel like her belief reminds me of people in my family and my friend group, the church I play at and stuff like that. And I actually kind of like that, as opposed to most apologists who I feel are just insufferable, but also not very representative of most Christians. And so you feel like you do all this work against their position, and then you're like, but I don't even know how representative they are, because they don't really strike you as the church-going, feel-good type. So Rebecca struck me as a more genuine believer. I hate to say that. I don't know if that makes sense to any of you guys. At least my sort of Christian, where I'm thinking of like the mass Christians, right, that go to church and Jesus is a big part of their identity. They don't, argue about philosophy on internet. They go to worship service on Sunday, So, but yeah, now it's even deeper with the idea that she's got this atheist son, which, makes it even more of a parallel to me and my mother than I had considered.
So, but I didn't know how much, like, she hasn't been, and I don't know if that means that I'd hear anything, but I've about she's mentioned her husband, but I've never heard her talk.
Yeah, Cameron said she reminds him of his family too. Go ahead, Jason.
I gotta say one thing. I gotta go to dinner. My wife's ringing the bell for dinner.
You're good. You're good.
So I'm gonna get out of here.
Enjoy.
But I love your stuff. Yeah, I'll check you guys out later.
Apparently the bots do too, man. They're huge fans.
Right there, guys. All you men who are fantasizing about me now. I'm just kidding. All right.
The men want to be him. The women want to be with him. I'll see you later, Jason.
Exactly. Yeah, right on, guys. Okay, see you.
Yeah, I don't know about her son being on YouTube. I know she did a video about her husband. I plan to cover it at some point, and then I just kind of never have. So.
Well, her husband, like, he wants nothing to do with her channel.
That was kind of the
people
impression
that
I
she
got.
Right, atheists make him angry.
Oh, is that what it is?
Yeah, he gets really angry when he reads the things that we say in the chat, and he doesn't want a part of it.
Ooh, okay. See, and that's, I think, with keeping a lot of people in. I think that's what we need to talk about more. What are the ties in your life? But it's tough because, again, I say it all the time, broadcasters don't owe you their personal lives. Oh, Tangelo! What's up, bro?
Yeah, now my cell phone. I hope it's better. On my PC, the connection is very bad.
Spider's got to go to dinner. Enjoy your dinner, Spider. Welcome to the show, Tangelo. What do you want to talk about? What we were talking about earlier with what do you want to talk about? We'll put it that way.
Yeah, I hear you and the other guys talking a lot about Rebecca and Sal and
beating up on women. Where's Peter W? Oh, there he goes. Hey, Peter W. Go ahead.
And we've not yet talked about evolution, so I'm open for that if you like. But the one thing that I observed in our last
I have a question though. How much money do you have? You know, I do evolution. That's my business, baby. You know, I like it. I like to talk about that when people pay me.
Yeah, Jay's willing to tutor you in evolution to help you get caught up.
Yeah, it's not.
But you're gonna have to pay him.
It's for a small fee. Go ahead, bro. You're good, Tangelo.
No, but you know, Jay. When we enter into a dialogue between two opposing camps, in our case, between a theist and an atheist, I mean, I've been many times on the Atheist Experience and Talk Heathens, and these guys, they immediately asked me, are you actually open to become an atheist? And what would you consider to become one if the evidence would be on our side? And I said, yes, sure. I mean, we should be open and willing to permit the evidence to lead wherever it is. But that is in reality very rare the case because we are biased. I am biased towards my belief. And atheists, they are biased because they want atheism to be true. I've never seen an atheist which said, I am really neutral. You know, and I am open to become a theist.
There's a few problems with this. So one is the bias of atheist is a thing you guys really need to stop talking about. I'll let Sean get in on this, but I just think it's wrong. A lot of people are Christians; they genuinely want to be Christians, and I gotta also be honest with you. There's a lot of things you guys say that are insulting subtly, and this is one of them. There are people who are in Christian or religious families and network and social context that there are immense costs to being an atheist to them. Some of them so much they literally are afraid or they can't even let the people in their life know that they're an atheist because that's how bad it is to be an atheist. So this idea that they just sort of want atheism to be true because it would just make their life so much easier, one, misrepresents our entire existence completely. Because on one hand, it totally misrepresents our initial motivation. and how genuine most of us or a lot of us were in our faith, and how a lot of this started because we went looking for efforts to reaffirm our faith, right? And then 2, it totally misrepresents the actual cost and reality of being an atheist, because you got to remember, just because our belief changed does not believe the beliefs of the people around us changed. And so often on both those fronts, that is a very difficult thing for a lot of atheists to hear, and most of us try to be cool about it. But I was thinking about this earlier, and I was like, no, I actually find that like incredibly insulting. They don't mean to be insulting when they say that, but it's just so like it's invalidating, right? It's just so like, I don't care what your actual lived experience is. I just like want to make this point about how you have this bias, and so it's like a fill in the blank type of story that I just go like, oh my goodness, that's not it at all. Go ahead, Sean.
Yeah, but let me answer to that.
Go ahead.
I'm just raising that because in the other stream you said I really do not like the God idea, you know. You said that in the other stream.
I mean, now I can admit that I don't like the idea and I don't find it a pleasant idea. But again, that doesn't really change for me how motivated or not I was to believe it, right? Just because
but my question is now, let me suppose, sure. Jay, that I am doing an effort here, and I provide, even yesterday, I think I provided one argument which isn't necessarily related to evolution, but which is a knockdown argument for naturalism.
Which one is that? Which one?
Well, the fact that you don't have a selection mechanism once you remove intelligence in order to select the 4 basic building blocks of life, and in order to select the 4 fundamental forces in the universe necessary to have atoms.
We have all this. You guys just don't want to. You just don't want to accept the explanation that we have. But Otangelo, here's the bigger picture. I don't think you guys should talk about the evidence at all, because here's what's happened. You've put me in a very awkward position where I have to believe either when you say that you would accept the evidence being in favor of, not your religion, I have to now either believe that 1, you're not telling me the truth, or 2, you are not competent enough to properly assess the evidence. Because when you start talking about the evidence thing, you can't rely on my charity. Right? It's not about me. Like I would love to do you nothing more than a favor and think, you know what, Otangelo, I think you're a nice guy. I don't think you lie to my face. So I don't want to believe that you don't mean what you say. But at the same time, when you start talking about evidence, it's not about what I think or what I'm willing to grant you. It's about what I can prove to the satisfaction of James and Sean and everybody else in the chat, and more importantly, the experts in the relevant fields. And so when they say things like the universe is incomprehensibly old, intelligent design creationism isn't science, when the courts say that, when they say
Jay, stop. Jay, stop.
Why?
You are moving again the topic which I just raised, and I would like that we stay on topic and on something which is concrete.
Okay, but first you have to. But you can't expect me to stay on the topic of evidence stuff if I'm not convinced that either 1, you genuinely are. This is why I think when people ask you this question, when you go on these other shows and they bring this up, they're making a valid point, Otangelo, because they're going to go, hey, look, before we have a conversation about evidence, I gotta understand if you are willing to stop being on some bullshit, if there's sufficient evidence, because what you guys do is you want to talk the talk about evidence, but you don't want to walk the walk. And what you don't realize is it's not.
I told you, I just told you, if you can bring me a case, and I've never seen an atheist doing that, where an alternative mechanism to an intelligent, eternal, powerful creator is a more case-adequate explanation for our existence, then I am more than happy
Tangelo, that's called all of science. And here's a couple things you're not getting. You are putting the burden of something that is not the field of atheism. All atheism means is I do not believe in a God. Everything else is everything else. So what you're confusing is
is that you confess?
Jay,
you
whoa,
just
whoa,
don't.
Hold on, interrupt you.
That's not what you do, Jay.
I've watched a lot.
No, hang on. Let me let Sean get in here. Go ahead, Sean.
The game he's playing is similar to what a lot of theists put in the area because they know that they have a little bit of wiggle. You can't say, sure, we have this case that he's looking. But the overwhelming position that we see, if you ever watch any of the streams that he runs into opposition, believes, or nobody takes anything that he says serious. So for me, it's kind of like a Trump moment going, hey, let's defund the FBI or let's kill us, right? They just don't have anywhere other stand on these little.
Yeah. Sean,
really
I gotta let you go because I'm having too much trouble. Sean, I gotta let you go because I'm having too much trouble with your audio. But thanks so much for coming through. And I think I heard what you said. So let me know in the chat if if you want to clarify. Yeah, he's saying like this is like a Trump supporter moment because you guys are just not accepting the overwhelming majority of the evidence. And so what happens, Otangelo, is it's not an interpersonal thing. You've got a couple of things that are getting conflated here. Number one, you're putting the burden on these interpersonal conversations. So you're saying, hey, I only have to accept that I'm wrong if I can have a conversation with another person who can show me that I'm wrong. But that's not how the truth works. It might be the case that you're wrong, and no one else is able to explain how or why you're wrong, but you are still, in fact, wrong. And so the fact that they can't show you that you're wrong doesn't make you right. It just means that probably, and here's what it probably means. It probably means trying to have conversations with non-experts about areas that are not their expertise is not a fruitful way to learn about areas that require a lot of expertise. But
okay,
beyond that, hang on. There's more than that going on. On top of that, you are conflating a lot of issues here. You're saying, I don't support atheism, which again has nothing to do with science, because atheism can't explain certain scientific questions that you have. And on top of that, you want to use science to do that, right? So it's a problem. And so then the reality becomes, Otangelo, people have to then seriously wonder, is it that you just continue to do this and you're you know, a nice guy and you've got a, you know, we consider you part of the community, but at the end of the day, you're just not being genuine when you say that you're, you know, open-minded about these things? Or is it that you might not have a sufficient formal education in these areas to really assess these matters? Because you've got to stop putting this burden on the community, and you got to stop putting it under science. So let me put it to you this way, and I'll wrap up with this. Neil deGrasse Tyson says it all the time. The universe is under no obligation to make sense to you. And beyond that, YouTube is under no obligation to explain it to you. Go ahead.
Yeah, first of all, what we are talking about here doesn't necessarily require that neither you or I, that we are experts or that we have a formal education in regards of these issues. They are easily to be comprehended. And when we are talking about science, then we are talking about what is.
I mean, that's just flat out wrong.
Right, exactly. Like, this is easy to comprehend, right? This is demonstrably false.
Yeah, I would like to.
You're talking about incredibly complex processes.
Not really. Please? No.
Can I finish, please?
No.
I mean, I've listened to Jay for quite a while, and I would like to answer without being interrupted.
This is not a homeschool where you get equal time for bullshit. You've got to you earn more time in a conversation by participating in the conversation maturely. And if you're just spewing nonsense and you think people are gonna not interrupt you because they owe you some courtesy of listening to you, you're wrong. They don't. They get to say
it's not a formal debate.
Yeah, and even if it was, I still wouldn't owe you to listen. I would have every right in the world to just take a nap, wait till the timer expires, and then move on with my life because I don't have to listen to people say things that are demonstrably false. And it's my channel. I don't have to listen to people at all. Remove people. People are getting the boots, the bans, the timeouts. That's what I was thinking of. The timeouts. I'm reclaiming pocket change. I'm snatching pocket change back from people. I'm in full heel heat mode. I got these bots to deal with. I feel like the bots have been out of control today. So I feel like something's going on to where we're getting a lot more bots for some reason. All right. So also, isn't it just so much better to just talk to James Apperson for a little bit before we move on with our evening? Before we get into fun stuff, I think we should just talk to James and then go chill at the arcade and have fun. That's what I think we should do. That's what I vote for. Let me hang on a second. Let me go look at my title real quick. All right, Tuesday, Cruise Day. Sal sucks. Oh, we definitely talked about that. And we're going to keep talking about that. There's a new deadly pandemic. Covered that. Yep, it was clickbait. Go fuck yourself. Ken Hovind prep. James Apperson, do you think I'm going to whoop Ken Hovind's ass in this debate?
You are, but he's so used to that. He's just going to like it and beg for more.
Yeah, okay. Do you think it's going to matter, actually, what happens at this debate with Ken Hovind?
Not to Ken Hovind, it won't, because he just wants a chance to be an obnoxious child. So that's all he wants out of it. So he's going to get that opportunity, right?
All right. Can you say Kent Hovind is an obnoxious child 3 times?
Kent Hovind is an obnoxious child.
1.
Kent Hovind is an obnoxious child.
2.
Kent Hovind is an obnoxious child.
Boom! Call it 3 times. All right. Hovind prep done. And other stuff. It says we do other stuff. Let's do other stuff. All right, James, time to talk about other stuff. You have the floor. Well, by the way, giving James Apperson the floor officially counts as other stuff. Go fuck yourselves. I delivered on every goddamn thing I put in that title. Go ahead, James.
He kept all of his campaign promises.
Kept all of my campaign promises. There you go.
It's... So just Otangelo was trying to, he wanted to build on the premise of evolution is super simple, so you have no excuse not to show exactly how the whole thing worked without a god, and we should be able to do that in just a minute or 2 of discussion. And it's like, it doesn't work that way. It's not that simple. You can't cover it in a minute or 2 of discussion, and the more complicated it gets, the more he's out of his depth anyways.
Exactly.
And it's like, they always skip past all the theological ramifications anyways, because they can't afford to be making the arguments that they're making. Hi, Sean.
Hey, Sean. How you doing?
Can you hear me?
We can.
Yeah. Oh. Maybe the iPad. Go ahead, James. Sorry to interrupt.
No, you're not interrupting. What do you think about anything?
I think there's a lag.
Oh yeah, he still got that happening.
Yeah. All right, James. Lag. We'll see you soon. All right, guys.
I hope he gets it fixed. He's a smart guy. I love hearing from him.
Yeah, we love Sean. Also, guys, I think some of it is Restream settings. So I don't know if it's on you guys' end. I think Restream's one of them platforms you got to mess with your settings and shit.
Yeah.
Because it's a lot going. The computer's pretty powerful. The internet is juiced. Go ahead, James.
So, if you ask a Christian why God allows so much suffering in this world, they'll say because free will, which is of course total bullshit anyways, but they say that. So then you ask them, well, why doesn't God reveal himself in a provable way to every single person? Or how come he just didn't implant the information that he exists in our brain, right? And they're like, well, because free will. If he proves that he exists, then since the test is whether or not he'll admit he exists, if he approves in advance he exists, then there's no test.
What up,
right?
Wayne?
And then you just know instead of have faith. Well, God doesn't want you to know to that degree. He wants you to base it on faith instead. So here they come with this evolution and cosmology and all these other theories that all amount to Magic Man in Sky did it, which is incredibly unsophisticated.
Exactly.
And ridiculous. And so I'm like, wait a minute. So here we have what you think is objective, physical, factually undeniable, irrefutable proof that you're God.
I know.
Right? That he exists. And I'm like, why would he go out of his way to make sure we couldn't prove he exists on that level? To make sure to avoid proving himself on that level, and then leave breadcrumbs in science for people in this century to start discovering when everybody before us didn't have that. Like 1800 of the 2000 years, people were still kind of like, I don't know, I'm not 100% sure like how it all happened. We got cosmology now. We've got evolution now. And so here comes a Christian saying, God left a trail of breadcrumbs for us to find him in science. And I'm like, well, doesn't that kind of screw over every single person that came before us? If it's a good thing to discover him in a factual way? And if it's a bad thing to discover him in a factual way, which is the reason why he didn't reveal himself in the first place, then doesn't that screw us over instead? It's like somebody got screwed. I'm like, how's that reasonable?
It's so childish that I feel like we got to start ridiculing these people. We have to take them off the pedestal. I mean, we don't support violence. I think we have to accept that we're in a position of weakness, in many terms, economically, politically, organization-wise, tax exemptions-wise, on and on. We've got to make them feel as uncool as possible. We've got to make them feel as silly as possible, as non-intelligent as possible for this. And I don't mean that means everybody should be as mean to them as possible, because I don't think that's the best way to get there. But I mean, you've got to really
take away their participation trophies.
Exactly, and you can't correct privilege by extending more privilege, and that's what I hear us doing all the time. Even when I hear people come at me like, oh, you got to make sure you're real, tolerant and respectful of the HOVINDs of the world and their audiences and all of this stuff. And I'm like, did you forget that these people attack my identity every fucking day for a living?
Mm-hmm.
Sorry, did you forget that I think this motherfucker's actually abusing children and like getting glorified and getting rich off of fucking lying to people and ensuring that they definitely will not become evolutionary biologists? Oh, I'm sorry, you must have missed my talk about the grant I'm working on trying to bust my ass to help people train to become evolutionary biologists. This motherfucker's the enemy. Okay, so let me ask you another question. What was your time you took your narrow ass over to Ken Hovind's channel and said, hey, Ken Hovind, you might not want to be so anti-evolution. You might really upset Jay and his audience. You know, the call to the flying man, you know, if you're not real respectful of science when you're talking to them, you know, you might turn them off.
Yeah.
And what exactly do you think his response would be if you did?
Or Ken Hovind, he'd get out his big giant whacking thing.
Yeah, but so that's the hypothetical question I want to have with people, right? That's the conversation I don't have that conversation with people, but sometimes I want to, right? Because it just gets irritating being told how much I should coddle other people's feelings all the time.
Right.
Especially people who, again, are my enemies. Like they don't make any consideration for winning over or maintaining the respect of people like me at all.
No, they don't.
Right. So
that's just so extreme too. Because think about it. Like if an atheist is mean to you, oh freaking well, right? But if a Christian is mean to you, they actually believe that the consequence of pushing you away from their religion is that you could end up in a literal hell forever. At least most Christians.
Right.
A literal place of horrible torment forever. Now with Rebecca, she just thinks she might get killed forever, which is still bad. You know, if there's a God who intentionally kills you. And
especially because it even makes her life just the appetizer, right? This life is just the appetizer. Cameron Bennett said, my cousin just texted our fam chat that the James Webb telescope shows the Big Bang didn't happen. I mean, that's what I'm talking about. YouTube Punk, we need to win by offering a better product. I agree. I think part of that is better community, better church, better leaders, better we got to do that shit, but we also got to step out, right? And I get this advice a lot from my advisors. Sometimes you have to accept that you're in a competitive environment. Nobody gets ahead in the wrestling business by trying not to draw attention to themselves.
Right.
Right. My advisor's always telling, he goes, you know, the main focus of all your job talks is to tell people why you're the best in the world at what you do and why your research is just, oh my goodness, it's just the most important research ever done imaginable.
Right.
Right. Right. Because again, if you don't, somebody else is going to try to do a very convincing job of doing exactly that. Oh my goodness, y'all! What did I do to deserve this today? This is when I feel like this is when it happens this much. You start to feel like there's an intelligent designer, right? You start to feel like, oh, there's a person trying to like spam me with these porn bot accounts.
Could it be Satan?
Could it be, you know, Satan was very celebrated.
Right.
Very celebrated scientist. So, yeah, James, what else is going on, man? Catch me up on what else is going on today, because I've been triggered by Sal and threw off my whole brain today. So what else have other people been thinking about in this community today, Sal? Sal, listen to me. Oh, my goodness. James motherfucking Apperson, please tell me about something other than Sal. Let's talk about anything else.
Okay. So I saw Tux was in there. Is he still out there? Or is he still with us? I love Tux. He's got such a way about him that's just wonderful. Like so professional yet relatable. You know, most people, if they're professional, if they really put forth the professionalism, there's kind of like a wall there, like a social wall. Like yes. But Tux doesn't have that problem. Completely professional and relatable at the same time, and that's a rare mix.
Rare mix.
Love that guy.
Whereas I'm more the unprofessional, unrelatable type.
You know, you're hilarious is what you are. You know.
the sort of, you know, there's a yin and yang going on there, you know? All right, all right.
You know we love
I pulled this, I do, I appreciate that. I pulled this up and then forgot what I was doing. There was a thing I was going to do. Oh, the mod thing. The mod tools. All right, guys, we're turning back. Oh, I turned off the mod tools. That's what's going on. All right, so let's turn back on some mod tools. All right, we're going to hit up that emo protection and the paragraph protection and word protection Symbol protection. All right, guys, we're going back to full mod mode. We tried unmodded, and we tried to have a little freedom, but we can't have nice things on the internet. But we will try to make some. Oh yeah, we got some exceptions for special people. We'll just leave it at that right now and see how it goes. All right, now. The other thing we got going on is we are getting ready to launch on over to the new channel. We're going to be here for a little while longer. We're going to chill. If you want to call in, you need to call in now.
Don't be lonely. Just call me. Let's party.
Pick up the phone because I'm not talking to you guys all night. Listen, we have important arcade action to get into on this evening. So when that happens, after a little bit, I'm kicking all the Bible nerds out and all the philosophy nerds out. All right? And the only people that are allowed to stay are the gaming nerds and the arcade crowd. You got to be down with the arcade malt shop situation, all right? Where what we do is we watch people play video games really well, and we have fun. And
it means you won't be watching me because I don't play well.
We watch like the tournament. We're watching like tournaments right now. Well, it's the malt shop. We could do videos and different games, but right now we're doing like Evo tournaments, like fighting games, like just crazy fighting game action with dope commentary. It's just a vibe, man. It's just a vibe. It's a lot more fun than talking about the Bible and philosophy. I
hear you on that one.
Just gonna have to be honest with you on that. Yeah. Plus, this channel's got by the way, guys, we're trying to get to 300 subs on this channel. All right, so you guys got to like the video. That really helps out a lot. All right, and we need like 15 more subs. So let's like share the video, share the links and the channel, and do all that stuff. Really appreciate you guys. So that'll happen. But James, we're officially on our push. We're pushing to 1,000 subscribers on Pocket Locker 86. And so I got bored. I got bored. And I wanted to start from zero all over again. So I took my test channel. It had 0 subscribers the other day. I deleted all the content, rebranded it, okay? And it's a new channel. I had to start from zero all over again. I was getting restless. Okay. I forgot what it was like to start from the ground up again. You can't really get good at making YouTube channels if you've only made one YouTube channel. So if I'm gonna help the community grow, we gotta just start channels from sporadically. Just throw another one out there.
True that. Now my friends are telling me that I should not do an atheist channel because there's already so many of them. You can only split the audience so many ways on that one. And they think I should do a health channel about either health in general or healthy relationships, one or the other.
I think you should blend them. Like the thing I'm hearing lately a lot about is you got to find what makes you unique and then find what makes you unique, right? So there are a lot of atheist health channels. There are a lot of atheist channels, but there's also a lot of health channels. Yeah, and you're probably anonymous to both communities. So
that's true.
Which you want to do an atheist or a lot of atheist stuff because that's where your community is going to find you. But you want to throw some health stuff in there.
So I can definitely blend the two.
Yeah. So then they start to blend. And then when you do the health stuff, you blend that there. So like if you do a live stream about health, you might, ask a couple because it basically like I'll give you an example. Like a guy he really does YouTube videos about how to make YouTube videos. But he's also a Twitch gamer. So he knows since his YouTube tutorial channel is blowing up, a lot of people find his gaming stream through his YouTube channel. So when there's certain times of the week or certain streams, especially right after he puts out a video, that he lets people ask him questions about content creating. Now, he's not going to turn his entire gaming channel over to that, right?
Yeah.
But in this limited window of time to help bridge the two and build a community, especially, again, I just put out a video. My community is going to see that. A bunch of people are going to find it, and they're going to come to the streams coming up right after that. So for those, we'll kind of do that. That way people come here, and then they could chill. If they like the gaming vibe, they could stay, and if not, they could dip off. Whatever, it's all good, right? Yeah. So that's kind of what that's kind of what I had in mind, right? To where you do what you want to do, but also just give your audience like a little bridge,
right,
to get back and forth.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that's probably what I'll end up doing. I'll just merge the two, because it's actually why I care about the whole atheism thing. I'm not as much of a philosophy nerd as I might sound like sometimes. Yeah. For me, it's more about, look, there's a reason why nobody gives grief in our community to pagans, to Native American spiritualists, to Wiccans and things like that. Rarely does it come up at all. And the reason, now, Christians imagine that the reason we give them grief is because they have the truth that we just are rebelling against God, which is, of course, completely ridiculous, but they have to tell themselves that. The truth is that the reason we don't give those other religions grief is because those other religions aren't bringing grief to the world. They're not causing problems. They're not trying to get into our schools and brainwash our kids. They're not trying to, teach paganism or Wiccanism is science and science class.
YouTube Punk, you're the best, man.
Hijacking the government.
I'd love for you to call in and get in the pulpit with us.
Think about it. Every single civil rights battle that we
definitely
had,
hold down the chat,
history
man.
of our country. Who was on the wrong side of it? The Christians. Every single time. There was almost nobody on the wrong side of that fence in every single battle except Christians. And even in the times, even when the Christians divided in half and half of them were on our team, they still all made it worse with all their religious rhetoric. They made it so much, those conflicts, including the Civil War, so much bloody, so much more bloody than they had to be. Right?
AR said, I can't stand those darn pagans, evangelism, preaching Odin on every street corner.
Yeah, exactly.
But yeah, it's a problem, and I felt the same way about modern socio-political history. Right, on the wrong side of every issue. Literally, think about usually the source of every issue, and then on the wrong side of that issue. And almost every gain we've gotten, it's been at their against their work. Right, it's been forcing, again, they're not going to concede anything. And again, they might do it with a smile, but again, my grandparents won't concede a phone call to you. They won't concede a text conversation to you without Jesusifying it. Whatever that means, right? Put a little Jesus in there. It's smothering, it's all consuming. And then it's like Christopher Hitchens said, go in your room and play with your toys, but I won't play with your toys. But their problem is they won't stop until you play with their toys.
There's a reason why this world's going to hell.
There's a reason why this world's going to hell, and it isn't fucking atheism.
Right. It's not atheism. And you think back, like, how long did it take us to develop mental health sciences? And to make any real progress on that front, mental health sciences are way behind physical health sciences. Right. And the reason is because of Christianity, because they, for generation after generation, they kept pushing this narrative of, well, if you depression and anxiety and schizophrenia, so the whole gauntlet of minor to extreme problems, it was all the manifestation of spiritual illness. You're being tempted by the devil, and you got to draw closer to God. You need to have stronger faith and pray more. And so if you're having these problems, not only did they blame you for not being spiritual enough. But if you got worse or didn't get better, then they would start shunning you. They would start distancing themselves from you and cut you off from the social network that you barely had enough of in the first place,
Right.
in order to save themselves, from a spiritual leper.
Absolutely.
And so in the meantime, all kinds of funding and manpower wasn't for generation after generation.
And
going
it's what they want to
into-
do now, right? Even in the family, they want to make you the black sheep. They want to cut you off. You don't get to do the things. They don't treat you as well as the others. They don't invite you to all the things. They don't. They want to make you a second-class citizen in your own family.
Right. And they don't stop to think about how destructive that is in the other person's life, because our emotional health is directly tied to our physical health. And this is another thing that I have a problem with Christianity about. I've done all kinds of research on this. There are very strong correlations between religious fundamentalism and various factors of extreme mental illness and disease. There's a
Right.
direct correlation. In fact, religious fundamentalism, they've already proven a link between that and brain damage, actual lesions on the brain. So now they're trying to figure out if brain damage is what makes people vulnerable to religious fundamentalism, or if religious fundamentalism causes the brain damage.
I was going to say I could see it going both ways, where because you have any range of, unpredisposed to predisposed, right? To where if you've got brain issues, you're more predisposed, right? That doesn't mean a person who isn't predisposed doesn't become religious ever. It just means they're not predisposed, right? Or at least not to that particular type of fundamentalism, right? But then you could also see a situation where, again, like we've talked about, like maybe certain shit doesn't develop, or maybe certain shit doesn't get treated. And so doesn't have to be a or, right?
Right.
But yeah, it's tough, and that's kind of what I'm getting at. And again, I think it's really toxic to not say it. Like, again, just think about my own family. The problem is no one will tell them how wrong they are. Everyone is too nice to them. So they don't have any idea how wrong they are. And at some point, it's almost not their fault. Right? Because it's like, and that's what pisses me off. It's because it's like, I feel like my education saved me, but who the hell gets an education like the one I got? So what would have happened anywhere along the way where I didn't go down that path? I'm like, oh my goodness, I can't even imagine. Right? And so it shouldn't take all that. You should have just some people in your life that are going to be like, I don't really believe this. And it just starts with that. Like, I even think my friend Zach in college, right? Like, he didn't really make a big deal about being an atheist. We were just really good friends. And he would just be like, I don't believe in that, And it was kind of like that. And it was a challenge for me. And we never had any debates about it, right? Like, it was never like something, let me sit down and talk about this atheism thing. I just knew Zach didn't believe it. And I asked him, like, dude, you're such a great dude. Like, I don't know how why you're such a great person if you don't believe in God or whatever. And he was just kind of like, I just think you got to be that's kind of how I thought, right?
Right.
And he was just like, I think you just, you try to, be the best person you could be. I was like, oh, well, that makes sense. And it was it. Like, we was cool. Like, oh, I'm Jay. I'm a Christian. Try to be a cool Christian. That's Zach. He's an atheist, comes from family of Jewish people. He's cool. He tries to be the best person he could be. We're friends. Like, it never mattered, right? It just didn't matter. So I don't know. It's just it's so weird. All right, I think Sean. We're trying Sean again. This is the last attempt for the night. What's up, Sean? So much lag. Sean, you there?
It's worse. Worse.
Hey, man, that's show business,
Yeah.
That's the internet show business. You can't just show up and be smart and be cute and be good on camera anymore. You gotta like have all types of technological, stuff figured out as well.
Yeah. I'm sure he'll work it out.
I'm sure I'll figure it out. No, yeah, Sean's a great dude. Sean, I appreciate you calling in, and actually, I appreciate him taking a few shots at it. Actually, it's no big deal, guys. Technical difficulties happen all the time. My power went out earlier, so who knows? Maybe the power just cut off in the middle of the broadcast. So no worries if people have technical difficulties. As long as you're a reasonable person, we'll always let you back in to try it again. Yeah, that's why we do what we do, Jay. Some of us had to live that horrible life for 40 plus years. Appreciate you, Kelly. Appreciate you.
Yeah.
It's really bad. it's really bad. And yeah, it just scares me how easily I could have gone the other route. I love working at a church. I found that to be some of the most meaningful work I ever did. I'll tell you this one, James. I didn't want to go back to Penn State because of working at the church.
Right.
I had all these other considerations of maybe transferring and doing different schools and stuff, but at the end of the day, I wanted to get my sort of this degree I made up in social dynamics so I could go on to be a dating coach. And my preceptor, like, you have to make your major with like one faculty member who's like overseeing it. He was like, I'm not going to let you finish your degree online. I was like, well, there goes that. And so like that forced me to like leave the church and like go back to campus. And that's when I, got super active in research and everything. And he was also the person who said, you need to study evolutionary biology. And I knew him really well. I'd known him for a long time, and I was really offended. My response to him was, have I ever said the word biology to you?
Right.
Like, I was like, I thought we were friends. I thought you knew me,
Yeah.
Like, Jesus, what's wrong with you? I thought you knew what language I spoke. That's not in the vernacular.
Yeah, it ended up being a major paradigm shift at direction of your life.
It was, because, again, he knew me. He was a good friend. He's a great professor. He's an English professor, actually. He taught a class called The Science of Rhetoric, the Rhetoric of Science. It was we, like, read Darwin as, like, a passion project. So...
a lot of Christians come in here and just assume, with some of the stuff you say, that you've got some kind of personal bias or anger or hatred toward Christians, and it's like... The dude plays drums in the church. Come on, he's not.
Yeah. And again, the personal cost, right, of, in your family, your friends, the outcasting, the social networking, the money, right? Like, I genuinely feel like my family supports me way less financially than they would, if I was a believer.
Right.
I believe they've supported my relationships way less than they would if I was a believer. I'll tell this story. When I was in a serious poly relationship, had 2 girlfriends. Like, I considered them both my primary partner, which meant they always tell you the thing of, no, if you ever have to do something, you can just take one of us, and it's not a big deal. Don't believe that shit. That's a lie. So there's no way, if there's like a big, huge family function, I'm bringing one girlfriend and not the other, because that immediately signals to one that she's the less important girlfriend, right?
Right.
Don't ever do that shit. That's poly mistake number. Well, that was your first mistake right there. Right? So my mom had a wedding, and I guess when she got married to her husband, didn't want her son to show up with 2 girlfriends. Didn't want her atheist son there with 2 girlfriends, so I was not invited to my mother's wedding.
That is just so hurtful, man. I'm sorry to hear that.
After, on some real shit. After my mother was devastated, right? Because her 2 religious Pentecostal minister parents didn't come to her second wedding because they don't support remarriage.
All right.
So imagine being butthurt for life that your parents didn't come to your second wedding because they don't believe in divorce, and then not inviting your son because he's in a poly relationship.
It's just a different version of the same thing they did to her.
Unbelievable, right? I was like, And y'all, I don't mean just like, oh, I forgot to send you the invitation. I mean like talking about it, excited for me to be there, and then like had a conversation about how like, yeah, you really shouldn't come. Like uninvited. Like
yeah.
Right? And you gotta praise Jesus, and you gotta make amends, right? And you gotta fucking, there's so many of those awful moments that your family puts you through, and you gotta be the bigger person and get over it.
Right.
And again, nobody's perfect, but like, again, it's just funny when then somebody's gonna sit up here and tell you like, oh yeah, you just want atheism to be true. Your bias is just as strong as mine. Like,
right.
And then again, here's what I'm trying to tell people. When a lot of times people don't like when you say things about people's formal education, but again, most people don't present themselves as an expert. So if it sounds like I'm not talking about you, it's probably because I'm not talking about you. It's the people that put themselves up as experts or want to say that all the experts are wrong. Well, then, yeah, we get pissed. You know why? Because we did. We did spend 3 eternities in graduate school. You know what it came with? Sacrifices, time away from family, moving to a different part of the country because you have to go where you're accepted, not where you want to live. The rest of my life, I will have to go where there's a job for me, not where I want to live. Being academic is not like being a lawyer, an accountant, or a doctor where you could just roll up to any city you want, find some clients, or get hired at a firm or whatever the fuck. There's a very limited number of jobs. They're incredibly competitive. You will have 1 offer if you're lucky, 2 to 3 if you're a superstar. And anything out of that is considered out of the stratosphere. You have very few choices as to where you spend the rest of your life. And for people who have what most people consider the highest degree that a university offers, a PhD, some of us more than one of them, or duals or whatever the fuck, we're considered grossly underpaid if you compare us to other people with comparable time in post, baccalaureate training, right?
Right.
Grossly underpaid, right? And all of that comes for the opportunity to not be sitting on some bullshit.
Hey, man!
Right.
This makes sense!
Right. So when they get up here and they be like, yeah, I ain't pay none of them costs, I ain't make none of them sacrifices, I'm sitting in this fucking beautiful ass place, right? I'm trained in a totally different field. Yeah, let me tell you why them evolutionary biologists are full of shit, right? We're like, oh, you looking a little too comfortable to be one of us. Like, hang on, right? It's you're not gonna tolerate that. You're just not. You're not going to tolerate it. You're not going to be nice about it. None of that, right? Because you had to do all of them things, right? You had to earn the right to teach that shit. You had to earn the right to be in the lab. You had to outcompete other motherfuckers for some funding. I got to deal with this peer review shit. It's a problem. Y'all going to see me working on this a lot on the stream. I have to deal with this process. I just sent the paper back and forth with this journal. And they want us to publish this paper in this journal, but they keep finding us reviewers who don't understand the work we did. So now we're trying to tell them that now we got to find another journal. It's harder than a bitch to get your work published. And what do people like Sal want to do? I don't need to get my work published. I'll just make a YouTube video with another creationist. Go fuck yourself. Right? Like, just straight up. Like, it's just, It's somebody who's going to look Walter Payton in the face and tell him he's a fraud because he has a chocolate-covered Super Bowl trophy. That's what I feel like is happening.
Yeah.
Right? Okay. Haven't you seen my inflatable PhD? Oh man. All right, James, what else do you got? What else have you watched today? What else is going on?
Oh, I mean, I spend a lot of time doing completely unrelated research and watching unrelated videos. I had a sleep study done the other night, a few nights ago.
Oh yeah, what's going on? Tell us about the sleep study.
So, I mean, I'm tired all the time, and I don't, I'm always telling my doctor I don't know if it's chronic fatigue syndrome or what it is. So we did the sleep study, and they said I hardly spend any time in REM because I wake up 28 times an hour. And I'm like, I don't remember waking up 28 times in an hour. They're like, yeah, but you do. So you're resetting. You're not reaching REM hardly ever. And so that's what's going on. They're like, you're just going to continue to get worse unless we fix this. So now they got me scheduled for a sleep specialist here in 10 days. So, I'm like, you know what? I've been dealing with this for years, and it gets worse every year. And it's been real bad since January, actually. And I'm like, for struggling against that, I'm doing pretty good. Like, it's a good thing I started off as a genius because I had so many IQ points to spare. I could afford to lose some. So now I'm just like a regular person.
My sleep is all fucked up, and they've been trying to get me to do a sleep study for years.
Yeah.
I probably need
serious
to.
business.
Yeah.
Serious though, man. I hope you do. But yeah, I'm on BiPAP. I think it's easier than CPAP, but they said the BiPAP would make a difference, and it didn't, and that's why I pushed for the sleep study. I'm like, we just didn't catch what we were supposed to catch. I got to get back in there.
Yeah, man, it's all right. So you don't know yet, right? So you're still in the process. So you're gonna do a follow up.
I don't know.
And then
I don't know why I don't know why I wake up constantly and don't even remember waking up most of the time. I remember 3 times an hour, but I don't remember like close to 30 times an hour. So we got to figure out why, right, to fix it. So because the CPAP machine can't fix that problem if I'm just waking up constantly.
So I was going to ask you, are they logging, I guess, your patterns now, or what are you doing? What's the next step, I guess?
So I don't know what the sleep specialist is going to say. He's going to see me in 10 days, and then they'll send me home with some kind of equipment. I don't know what it is. So they haven't said really what they're going to do, but apparently there's something they think I can do.
See, it's like they sucker you in. No, it's just an easy little sleep study, and then there's a follow-up, and then the follow-up, and then you got to go see the specialist. We sound like those old men that like don't want to go see the doctor. And
Yep. Yeah. So I do a lot of health research about things that can help you sleep and what problems are associated with it. But I also do a lot of other research projects because I know what I want to do with my life. I've just been too tired to do it. So there's this one corny show called Heartland, and it's about these corny ass white people, right? And they live on this horse ranch, kind of a dude ranch thing, and it's kind of soap opera-ish. And but it's a really lovely life with being outdoors and working with horses and putting in a good hard day's work and sharing meals and breaking bread together and being part of the community. And I just love that so much. And because I used to take care of horses and I miss that too. So that's actually what I want to do as a primary thing. But I got to feel better first. And so that's a lot of the research. And I also want to get into like renewable energies with like solar power, wind power, hydroelectric power, things like that. And
we need to do more of this like lifestyle stuff. Like you're gonna build us like a mini house or one of them things. You know what I'm talking about?
Oh, yeah. I want to build tiny houses on like that are boats, like floating tiny houses, and
floating tiny houses.
Yeah, I want to do that because we're losing all across the world. People are losing more and more land mass every year because of rising waters, and entire communities, entire villages are getting swept away. And so I want to be able to start a charity at some point where I make emergency housing that floats. And so, and I can teach people in other countries how to make them because I already know how to. I'm just too tired to do it. So
sure.
I want to be able to do that, and I'd like it if some of the bigger ones could be self-sustaining with their own power sources, right? Like renewable energies, and then hydroponic vertical farming greenhouses, like an entire big deck that's just got that on it, a big giant greenhouse instead of a houseboat that people can be part of as a floating community until they figure out where else they're going to live. So they've got their renewable food and water sources and things like that. So, but I can't do any of this when I'm so tired, right? Like I'm just tired all the time. But I watch lots of videos and get, helpful tips about for building strategies and things like that. So that when I finally feel better, I'll actually have a more detailed plan of exactly how I'm going to do it.
All right. I'm definitely with it. Are you thinking off the grid?
Yeah, I myself would love to live off the grid, but without having to make big sacrifices, right? So like I want to have plenty of my own power, and I want to be able to have internet access and not have to be tied to anything. Because then I don't have to pay land taxes, right? Like government can't like say you didn't pay your taxes this year or whatever. It's mine, right? And if I don't like my neighbors, I just pull up the anchor and I just chug right up the river.
Yeah, I'm with it. I'm always worried about like this shit, right? Like I'm in principle with all of it, the tiny house, the off the grid, the whatevers. But I gotta power the go-go. I need my juice, I need my screens, I need my computers. You know, like I need, like you said, not too many sacrifices. Like you can't be like, oh well, no electric keyboards. Like it's just deal breaker. Right. You know what I mean? Like I gotta, it's gotta be. Yeah. If y'all gonna really be inclusive with this tiny house off the grid living, y'all gotta include people with home studios. I gotta start thinking about the home studio crowd.
Yep, gotta have lots of power. Gotta have good internet.
Yeah, exactly. That's all a must. Also, guys,
and the application. Big theological terms. It's your
Nidimus is streaming. Yeah, I'm switching up to the arcade. So if y'all want more philosophizing with the nerdery, check out Nidimos. Nidimos is live, doing big things. We're gonna be doing big nerdy things. Big nerding. We're about to do big nerding. Big nerding in the building.
Big nerding.
Also,
I've got to run to the store,
right,
but then
James,
I'll jump back over where you guys are at.
Yeah. Let me know. Yeah, we'll be on the Casino Theater and Arcade channel. Are you subbed over there?
I am. I'll be there.
Great. I'll see you there later.
All right, man. Bye. Later.
All right. And if anybody else comes back and calls into the restream, we'll put the we could show them the stream over there. Yeah, I'm gonna lead us up, I guess. Oh, actually, no, I was kind of worried about my camera over here. Let me check my camera. Let me check my camera. Go to the put that camera on me. Put that camera on me. Is that goddamn camera on? Put that goddamn camera on me. Y'all, I don't know. Y'all, tell me about the audio sync. Is my audio synced up? I don't know. Put that goddamn camera on me. Let me hear this shit. Put that camera on me. Put that camera on me. Is that goddamn camera on? Put that goddamn camera on me. Y'all, I don't know. Y'all, tell me about the audio sync. Is my audio synced up? I don't know. Put that goddamn camera on me. Let me hear this shit. All right, it looks like it's synced up. Yeah, these bots are pissing me off. The bots, y'all. It's the bots. We're trying to fight the war against the bots. I don't know, man. Botacalypse, they're trying to stop us. Y'all, you know what the bots are doing. Do not be naive, guys. Do not be naive. Do not be deceived. The bots are trying to stop us from taking over the internet. Okay? The bots are not a neutral party. There are demonic and evil forces behind these bots that are, one, trying to have their cake and eat it too. They're trying to stop our shine. They're trying to stop us from taking over the internet. But at the same time, they're trying to glam off of our chat, off of our rise, so that they can do their porn spamming, and I'm not with it. So I appreciate the mods. Shout out to the mod squad, man. The mods work hard, man. We have such a dope ass community of mods. It's pretty incredible.
It's pretty incredible that what the mods get going around here, guys. All right, so look, we're getting ready for our next stream. I'm gonna play a little bit of Gin and Truth for you guys for a little bit, and then we're getting into some serious gaming shit tonight. We're getting into some you see the preview, you see what's coming. Look, if you don't like it and you'd rather go watch Bible shit, like, please go ahead. Please go ahead, because we honestly, we're about to have so much fun. It's all about the fun, my son. All right, y'all, we're going to hit this little bit of Gin and Truth. And then after Uncle Bobby holds you for a little bit, we're not watching the whole video, but we're just going to let Uncle Bobby hold you for a little bit. Again, if you want to go watch Uncle Bobby, you can pull up a second device and go watch Uncle Bobby. But we want to show our daily support to Gin and Truth. We're loyal cultists around here. And Uncle Bobby and I are going to hook up the collabo. And you're going to see Jay and Uncle Bobby getting together. It's going to be amazing. It's going to blow up. The internet's going to explode. Pocket Locker 86 X Gin and Truth. Unbelievable.
All right, gang, let's jump into this shit. I'm going to be honest
with you. We're going to call it, what should we call it? Gin X Most High. You know, gin and weed. Like, I don't know. There's got to be like a good weed. Somebody think of a good weed and alcohol name for me and gin. Should it be, it could be like OGX Henny. So what about I'll be OG because I'm an OG in the Sacred Death Motorcycle Club. It could be OGX Ginny. So they could call us OG Ginny. What do you guys think of that? Like a play on OG Henny, OG Ginny. Let me know what y'all think.
With you?
Gin and ganja. Pocket gin. We got some good ideas here. Oh, there's a poofer drown graphic. Send that shit to me, YouTube Punk. YouTube Punk is always working. Guys, I cannot thank you guys enough for your labor. I feel like you guys give my community like some of your best efforts. Like, man. And we got superstars building this community. Let's hear some Uncle Bobby for a little bit. Christians, y'all need to stop sitting on this bullshit.
Today's show topic is
good. You'll notice we chased off some of the fucking philosophy and religion nerds. Goodbye, religion nerds. We'll see you tomorrow. Goodbye, philosophizers. Hasta mañana.
Being kicked to tomorrow. Right? I was going to do some shit about the likes of Fox News and OAN because some of them, I know, shock, surprise. They're starting to jump ship. Yeah. Right? I'm sitting here listening like, oh, maybe we need to tone down the rest. Like, nah, keep that same energy, Playboy. You're only doing it now because your ship, it's going to sink.
Because it sucks.
You cannot jerk Trump off anymore.
Because
that's going to be tomorrow. But gang, I had to switch up pitchers right here in the first inning because I saw some shit, and you guys know the rule.
That's what I did today.
Uncle Bobby saw some shit.
Y'all know the rule. Pocket Locker saw some shit, and y'all saw it today. This is what Uncle Bobby's telling you right now is the reality of being an A-list atheist. You know, I had a plan for today, and then I had a power outage. And so I had to remix the plan because there was a fucking power outage. So the whole fucking early part of the show was blown due to a motherfucking power outage. And so I decided to kick it with Cameron. Cameron Bennett hit me up. He said, Jay, biology alert, biology alert, biology alert, biology alert. Sal's sitting on some bullshit. Sal is sitting on some bullshit. Sal is sitting on some bullshit. So I came through the chat. You know, I listened to my mods. You know, I'm offline. The fucking power's off. I can't do shit. I'm trapped at home offline. And so I'm sitting in the chat listening to this examining evolution bullshit, and Sal was sitting on some bullshit. So I had to pull a fucking audible. You know? I had to pull a Peyton Manning up in this bitch. Call an audible. Change the play. I saw the defense shifting around. The defense was shifting around. I called the audible, said Cameron Bennett, go route. Threw that shit to Cameron Bennett. But see, they caught him. Cameron Bennett ran it short so he could catch it. Then they thought they could tackle Cameron Bennett, but we planned for that. Cameron hit him with the stiff arm. Hit him with the stiff arm. They forgot how buff Cameron is. Cameron hit him with the stiff arm. Gin and Truth came running down the field because he's like a big-ass lineman. He took out the motherfucking safety, touchdown. We're running off the field champions. We're the best at this shit. Let's get it.
So now Uncle Bobby has to rant about some shit. Now, gang, right off the bat, I'm just sitting here looking at, some of the feedback that's coming in over Twitter. You follow me on Twitter, and you should be, I don't know what the fuck you're waiting for, at RCRE40, do the right thing. Gang, I saw a video while I was sitting here eating lunch. I'm probably just going to end up playing that one first anyway. And today's it's always impromptu, gang. This is like really impromptu.
I love it.
There's a lady walking around an airport. We're just going to play the video. And of course, I'm going to talk shit about it. And she is screaming. Gang, she's not holding back. Absolutely, positively screaming about the gospel of Jesus Christ and the blase and the glavinoids.
The blase
now,
and
again,
the
this
glavinoids.
Isn't St. David's first municipal airport where only Christians are. I totally made that name up. Watch that be an actual airport. I got to look that shit up. This was, for all practical purposes, this was a public space, right? I mean, on top of the fact that there's probably some non-Christians there, there's just a whole bunch of people that probably just want to be left the fuck alone. Now, I don't know about y'all. I mean, every once in a while, it pays to look like me. It really does. Again, unless you know me, I look like a fucking axe murderer. And when I got a kind of my resting normal face, I don't look very approachable, right? You just imagine that long fucking flight. You just want to get back in your home city, and you sit next to the one asshole who will not shut the fuck up the entire time. You know how annoyed you are at that? Now multiply that times 1 billion as someone is screaming. The caption on the video is airport preaching for Jesus. Obviously, she's a Christian. It just begs the obvious question. What if she was of Islam? What if she was a Scientologist? What if she was something other? And now I'm talking to my Christian family members who may be watching this show. To my Christian family members. Again, out here you got me by the ball. Oh no, Robert, I wouldn't mind at all. I don't believe you. I don't believe you because I live in America, where I live in a space where Christians are finally being told, look, you're not special. I know you think you are, and I know we've made you such, but by law, you actually aren't. You gotta follow the same rules that everyone else does. Those 10 commandments that have been on that public building, they gotta come down. Gang, that's exactly when Christians fall on the fucking floor, face down, kicking their feet, and stomping their fists on the fucking ground. So no, I don't believe you. I don't believe you already when you sit here and you tell me I'd have no problem with it. I don't believe you. Right? But we're going to play this fucked up ass video, right? And of course, Uncle Bobby's going to narrate. But again, it pissed me off so much that again, it completely changed the scope of my fucking show. Let's get this shit queued up. I hate these fucking scam calls, gang. Hold on. Okay. Let's make sure everything is set. I would put the mic closer, but why? This young lady is screaming and getting in people's face. Oh, let's cue this up.
I'd like to.
Holy shit. Guys, they just suspended my Twitch account. I don't know if it's because of the person earlier who came through and complained about the monkey ass joke, or if it's because of the spamming of all these porn bots. But Twitch suspended my account for 7 days. So I filed an appeal. So that happened. I don't know. I don't know if it was the comment or the bots. They didn't really specify. It just said hateful slurs or symbols or something like that. So I'm like, that's fucking ridiculous. Especially after I put like a fucking word filter on the damn bot. I have no idea. There was that person earlier that came through that sounded a little sensitive and butthurt. So I don't know. It was either them or the bots. Yeah, super whack. Super whack.
Jesus Christ saved me. I tried to take my life twice. I called out.
Okay, pause the tape already. This young lady can officially go fuck herself. You guys catch that? That apparently she tried to take her life twice. Gang, I will never show an ounce of leniency on this fucking topic. Christians, stop fucking doing that. Stop dealing with fucking mental health. Stop dealing with physical health. Now again, believe it or not, I'm glad this young lady is still alive. I am. Suicide fucking blows, right? I'm glad she did not take her life, right? But stop it, Christians. Show me the 100 stories. Buddy, what's that? Show me the 100 stories. He has a bird in his fur. Show me the 100 stories of the people who turned to Jesus in a moment of self-harm or potential self-harm, that turned to Jesus and they lived to see the next day. I would say I'll show you the 100 million of those that didn't make it, but those people, they tend to be a little quiet on the fact that they're no longer with us. And they can't self-report. Stop doing that, right? And in my experience, the most common one is breast cancer, right? I have had 2 Christians, right? I'm looking right at them, sit here and tell me that they touched their tit, there was a lump. They went to bed that night, they prayed, got up in the morning, touched their tit, no lump. God cured my breast cancer. I'm like, did an oncologist diagnose the lump? No, I just know my body.
Hey guys, I appreciate you. I'm gonna pay out on Pocket Locker before I close off the Pocket Locker stream for the night. We're switching over to the arcade. I'm gonna pay out 15 million. There was 16 people in here, but one of them was me. I guess my monitor. So we'll go with 15 million to everybody in the chat. Thank y'all so much. We're gonna do the same thing though on Casino Theater Arcade. So I'll let y'all know when we go live over there, and then we'll pop over.
You're a mechanical engineer. You're smart, but you're not a doctor. Well, it was cancer.
All right, here we go. 15 million to everybody in the chat.
Well, I just know my body. Okay. Shut the fuck up. Right? Again, Christians, your take on mental and physical health, I would say in my opinion, but by fact, it's fucking lethal. Right? It's like fuckface S.J. Thomason. You guys know, right? Y'all probably dealt with it. I know I dealt with her personally on this topic. When that raggedy bitch said, I'm doing scotch today, can you tell? Little doers. Do the right thing. That's a good-ass label.
Tuesday, Wednesday.
When she put out that tweet, that Christianity cures depression. Holy shit. She got dogpiled, right? First she said she didn't put out the tweet. Then Florida Line gave her the receipts and blah, 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 blah. And I ripped her a new one over Twitter and the bottom line is this. Christians, shut the fuck up. When it comes to, again, God helped your favorite football team. Great. God helped you find your lost car keys. Fantastic. I'm a guilty sinner now. I don't have to go to hell and be tortured forever. Fine. But when your God starts to dip in to actual medical shit, you are fucking up. So we're 6 seconds in, and this little girl Sorry, this young woman, she needs to shut the fuck up. Christians, I'm serious. Stop fucking doing that. Roll the tape.
The God, the only living God, Jesus Christ.
Pause the tape. You like that? The only living God, Jesus Christ.
The only
Really?
living God. Suck
Really?
him off, suck him off.
Because, yeah, you young lady, you have the right God. Of the probably hundreds of thousands, if not millions, of individual God claims, right? Because if I'm not mistaken, polytheism outnumbers monotheism. So of all those gods, of course, she has the one and only true living God. How convenient that she's right and everyone else on the planet that does not agree with her, they're the ones who's dead wrong. Roll this fucked up ass tape.
Came and he saved me, and I have never been the same again.
Pause the tape. You guys catch that? And I've never been the same again. I believe that part. 10 Bucks says she was not this annoying before she found Jesus titty fucking Christ. Again, Christians, stop it. Again, I'm already, move this shit. I am already not believing your claims when you say you would not be bothered if that was someone else's faith system. I just don't buy it. Roll this fucked up ass tape.
When you give your life to Jesus Christ, you have life in abundance. Amen. The way, the truth, and the life. Everything. Sin.
Pause the tape. Now, she's gotten down off the chair and she's walking the aisles in front of the seats of people in the fucking airport. I'm just going to assume the gospel music in the background and shit like that is being piped in after they uploaded it to whatever the fuck website this is. Right? Again, now she's talking about Jesus. Well, she's got some nice kicks. Gang, this bitch is preaching the gospel of Jesus Christ in what looks to be 6-month-old Air Jordans. I just had to point that out. But again, I'm sitting here and I'm thinking, if I was in that airport, I don't bother anybody. This is when I get my ranting out, and I'm fortunate that some of y'all listen to what I have to say. But when I leave here, and if I'm not at work, I treat the airport the way I treat the gym. I'm not there to make friends. I'm in the gym for a fucking reason. I want to lift heavy shit. When I go to the airport, I'm not looking for a lifelong friendship. I want to get on a plane. I want to land somewhere else, not Austin, Texas, and I want to have a good time. I don't need conversation to do that part, right? I leave people the fuck alone. I don't pimp my product while I'm... Gin and motherfucking truth, bitches. Let's go. You want to debate me on the existence of God? Are you a Trump supporter? I leave people the fuck alone. And at minimum, I would like the same respect in return. But again, if I would have gotten up and I would have said, ma'am, I need you to do me a favor. Can you come close, please? Come close. I need you to shut the fuck up. I just want to watch YouTube videos.
All right, guys, let's fucking do this. That's right. No warning. You gotta just cut it off on them. You gotta just cut it off on them. Look, folks, here's what we're gonna do. We're switching over. I'm ending the Pocket Locker 86 stream. If you're on Pocket Locker 86, you're cool. You can chill there for a minute. But I'm going to end the stream. You'll see the end screen, the end music play. Then I will switch on over. You will see the start stream. When you see the start stream, when you see the start screen, that's how you know we're starting the casino, theater, and arcade. And we're going to be watching them strike and strike and strike and combo and combo and air grab and counter and directional throw and low kick until they have victory. I'm talking Stage 3, Day 2, Evo 22, motherfucking Tekken 7. It's going to be old school flavor, new school skills. Let's get it for reals. I love y'all. Again, don't panic. Just sit tight. You're going to see us play the end screen. You're going to hear the music. I'm going to let it play for a minute. Then you're going to see it switch scenes. It's going to be like start. We're going to be doing some casino shit. All right? Then we're going to turn on the casino machine, and we're going to be straight up in this bitch. All right, cool. Close that. Bring this up. Then we're going to get it. All right. Love y'all. Appreciate y'all. Thank y'all so much. Name of the Darwin. I gave it to you. I paid it out, Peter. It's paid on the Pocket Locker channel. You got to check your points. In the name of the Darwin, the Dawkins, and the Christopher Hitchens, yes, your Pine Points are indeed stored at the Oklahoma offices, a.k.a. they don't exist. Science bless you all. Poof!
Yeah, well. Too many cars gotta stay out the way, especially the streets when they in a rage. I remember my nigga, he caught a case on a run on the low and he did the race. Caught a body, it ain't really shock me. Rubbing on demon time since the bottom. All the bro in Miami, man, we sharing mamas. I wish I could've saved them from all the drama. Rare roof, we was really there getting money. Is then with the place where the rain or sun, you know my niggas gon' catch.
She got that sweet juice, Minute Maid, summer vibe, that lemonade. Take a sip, blowing purple clouds, taste like lemon haze. Conversations back and forth like damn, we could go on for days. Looking back at it like damn, she bad when she walk away. Here we go, been down this road, they already know. When we go on tour, I'll take you anywhere you wanna go. People talk about us like they understand just what this is. I just wanna give you all you want and then the double it. They all say I'm way too young, maybe I'm just ignorant. I won't find nobody like you on some real shit. Spend a couple hours on the phone. Hey, I don't wanna let you go. I'll be all about you, babe. I'll be all about you, babe. Saying so unless you don't know, they won't find what we got and that gon' drive me crazy. No need to rush, I'ma still be here tomorrow. Had to take my chances, baby, I just struck the lotto. And I'll be so gone, don't know where I go wrong. Don't remember last night, I blame it on the bottle. And I'm just living life, I would rather not question it. All the time invested, you could see that we was next to win. Over anything, I'll still be right here when they gone. I just had to put you in the sun, don't get me wrong. They all say I'm way too young, baby, I'm just ignorant. I won't find nobody like you on some real shit.
Welcome everybody to Evolution 2022, day number 2. My name is Rickster, joined with Uncle Jay here, and we are back for pool action for Tekken 7. Uncle Jay, let me ask you first. How are you feeling about this tournament so far? What are you anticipating happening? Just over your overall feelings. Is this your first Evo?
No. So I went from about 2014 to 2017, 3 years consecutively.
Okay, so you were
just as a spectator. I competed 1 year, which was 2017. But before that, I was just coming to enjoy it, and I like to gamble, so.
All right. So perfect place for you. But I mean, man, we got some Tekken action for all y'all today. But the pools today, you know, we're starting it off early. But today is going to be, since we are the first ones on today, we're going to go all the way to top 8 by the end of tonight. So if you guys want good-ass Tekken, stick around all day, because trust me, it's going to be good from here on out.
What a long day for the competitors. I mean, if you're familiar with tournament play, you know that it can be a long day, but specifically today, 10 a.m. If you start at 10 a.m. and you make top 8, you're going to be in here for 12.
All you know is showing the broadcaster some early love. It's Evo 2022. It's stage 3. It's day 2. It is motherfucking Tekken 7 pools. Put the goddamn Bibles away. Put the philosophy on ice. Grab you some some ice cream. Grab you a snack. Grab some popcorn. Grab some candy. Get ready for some fighting game action. Let's get into it. The nerdery must stop. Let the fun begin.
I mean, you just saw it with Chloe too. You know, I like
the kids have the arcade
one of the Chloes I always like to talk about is Kaiser specifically.
Arcade
I call him the shotgun Chloe
building.
because you know you know what he's gonna do. You know what he wants, and yet he's still gonna do it.
No F to give him.
Yeah. Oh, nice.
Ooh, nice counter hit.
Ooh. Like the little mix there.
I'm not gonna lie, Moni's been working on her Chloe. It's improved a lot.
Get over there. Let me get over here.
Nice block on the sweep.
Oh, that was good though.
Confirms?
Oh.
No. Good block.
She does have the rage though. What will she do with it? Nothing.
Okay. Yeah, actually closed it out. That's nice.
Yeah, it's a good long range poke.
Cat looking pretty solid.
Yeah, the Julia's looking good here, but nice. The neutral hop kick, always good.
Never mind.
Dropping a combo. No punish.
It's too early. It's too early. The rhythm's off beat.
2 for 2 with the down forward 2 launches there.
Oh, I'm gonna get the big damage too.
Oh yeah. Nice tech. She knows.
Oh. Goes for mix. Good block though. Oh.
Finishes.
No duck there, but
good idea.
Waiting it out. Oh, backswing blow got caught by the bow and arrow. Unfortunate.
Good closeout from Cat there.
Fight.
He's gonna have to do some work here.
Nice checks. Here we go.
Yeah, the poke game is strong, but it's right there. It's the defense is getting a little bit clipped. Oh, nice step though.
3 for 3.
Yeah, those side steps and the down 4-2s have been big here. Again,
punish. Oh,
just out of range too, even for the jabs. Unfortunate, but still gets the wall combo. Gonna get big damage. Oh, nice punish.
Very nice.
Oh,
still gonna be able to
nice.
Yo, Julia is so silly.
Man, that was a crazy interaction between both players though. The knowledge to just hit the jab right there in that tense situation.
That was nice.
She was able to get out of it, but the solidness from Cat to just be able to play solid.
All right, guys, people are switching over. There's still 5 people on Pocket Locker 86. Switch over. After we have everybody switch over, what happens is we reward Pocket Change 10 million because it's the first week of our new channel, plus 10 million for everybody that is watching on the Casino Theater and Arcade channel, the Casino Theater and Arcade channel. If you are on Pocket Locker 86, click the pin link. All right, you look down at the bottom of the channel you're watching. If it says Casino Theater and Arcade, you're good. If it says Pocket Locker 86, please click the pinned link. Thank you.
And finish it out with the down 1+2.
Let's get these tickets.
Fight.
Not a bad choice either, right? If they're on the ground, you can't really move with that move around.
Right.
Again, every single time.
3 out of 4.
Yeah. Wall bounce. A little too close for the big damage, but still gets something decent. Oh, almost got stepped there again.
Oh, could have had to confirm, I think. Nice sweeps, good check. Almost had to step again.
The arcade.
You can tell Cat is familiar with the matchup. He knows.
Leaves. Exactly.
Sure, definitely being patient here, waiting it out, knowing that, Chloe is Chloe still. Oh, that's big.
Yes, it is. Peter, at the arcade, they're called tickets. You got to get the tickets at the arcade.
Yo, the ducks are coming in handy right now.
Ooh.
Nice sweep. Didn't finish it, though.
Oh, yeah.
Very nice from Moni, and the head shake. She's proud of herself for that closeout right there.
I mean, that was some good defense. Very patient, too, so.
Nice step.
Ooh, I like the patience, though. Moni noticing the step, not pressing buttons, and the big running slide now.
Finishes the string.
Oh, nice try in the power crush. That was the first attempt.
Yeah.
Usually that's one of those strong moves from Chloe. Again, she needs to notice that that's been getting sidestepped every single time.
Yeah.
I think that's one of those things where she's getting kind of in that autopilot mode. Oh! Got clipped.
So much damage. Close it.
Let's go.
Oh, nice attempt, but good walking from Castrological.
The steps. The steps are so crucial.
Yeah, the steps have really made Chloe look so linear, but nice punish there.
Very nice.
The pocket bus is going to stay open till the end of this match. I'm going to keep the stream on till the end of the next match, but you got to get over by the end of this match to get on the free money, to get the free money. We're going to go free money at the end of this match. Then I'm going to leave Pocket Locker 86 up for one more match. Then we're going to shut that stream down, and it's going to be arcade exclusive. Arcade exclusive. Matter of fact, I'm taking the robe off. I'm not in my priestly duties. I'm working the double shift. I did the Pocket Locker 86 day job. Now I got to work the overnight shift as arcade management. I don't have an overnight projectionist currently due to budget shortages, so I am responsible for making sure we have a projection overnight. The overnight stream is live, casino, theater, and arcade. Click the pin link. Let's show these broadcasters some love. I'm getting up out of this fucked up ass robe because church time, theology, philosophy, all of that bullshit is over.
What? For some reason, hurt down 4-2-1. For some reason, it hurt you in the next round. I don't know why. She just takes interest off of your next life bar. It's like, how did that happen? Ooh,
it's like a cooler, much better Chuck E. Cheese, pretty much. Exactly.
I'm seeing that notepad correctly.
Ooh, we got something in store for y'all.
You know, so all right, so because
what do you mean?
You were calling me an OG earlier, right? Which makes you feel old as hell, but it's all good.
What does a high bar have to do with the Most High? What do you think the Most High thinks about a high bar? Most High don't give a shit about no goddamn high bar. Okay, look, the gameplay is better. When was the last time you went to Chuck E. We go to Chuck E. Cheese, you can't even get on the game. It's like 4-year-olds and 9-year-olds and snot everywhere. You can't even get on the game because there's too many goddamn kids. Okay? Now, around here, you could get on the game. You could literally pull up any game. You could pull up your device. You could pull up another tab. You could hook up your PlayStation. You could play any game you want. But at the same time, you get to watch world-class Las Vegas big style competition. On top of that, you could eat whatever you want. I'm gonna have some Applebee's, some blackened shrimp pasta from last night. All right. Then on top of that, you could have alcohol, you could have weed, you could do it. I mean, come on now. We ain't worried about no damn Chuck E. Cheese.
Dragunov only. And he's one of those players that I consider like, one of those new school players that really grinds it out. You could tell, like, if he loses to one person, you could tell, that he's not going to play that person the same way the next time. 100%. He will always do his homework. And that's a good thing because not everyone's willing to put that work in, you know? So, and it's tough. Let me be real. I don't like putting that work in.
Right.
So it's like, when someone's willing to do that, I got to give them credit because, they want to get.
Cameron, welcome back to the casino, theater, and arcade.
And we'll see how this goes for Cactus Greg. I'm not sure, not too familiar with the man, but you enter a tournament, you're always a threat, in my opinion. You put your money in,
especially in a 1-2.
Yeah, you put your money into the pot, you deserve to get punched in the face, just like everyone else that's entered along.
Lena
but yeah, I agree with you about Fear. He's extremely hungry.
Yeah.
And then he plays a character like Drag, and it's we get a Brian Fury. Okay.
Yeah, Dragunov Brian Fury. Shout out to
1 million tickets to Lena.
Everyone's always asking, where's Jimmy? We don't know, but
500,000 to AR.
This is the next best thing. You got Cactus Greg and Fear.
Oh, yeah. And Chad, if you guys are just now joining us, you are now live at EVO 2022. As you see in the vector transition, this is Pools Round 1, Fear versus Cactus Greg, Uncle Jay, and Rick Stuff on the mic, ready to give you guys this action coming straight at you.
All right, Fear with the
and
classic
Peter W. was third, $250,000 tickets.
Gotta love it. I'm gonna cut some meat.
Let's see what Cactus Greg can do. No throw break there. That's one of the strong things about Dragunov. He does have a real throw game. His throw games is strong. All right, the pressure at the wall here.
Okay. Oh, okay. I can already tell this is gonna be a good match. Yeah, you gotta block your toes, brother.
Oh,
yeah.
All right, there you go. Needed that low parry. Gonna get the big combo here.
With the confirm. It's looking nice.
Oh, but the no throw breaks though. I think Fear's also not someone that's gonna go away from that. Once he sees a weakness, he might just press on that the entire set.
Of course. And especially in the 1-2.
Yeah,
you're not gonna break. I'm just gonna grab you.
Yeah, you have to. Oh,
Look at him. He's scared of it already. You see?
Yeah.
Oh,
he challenges. All right, guys, I'm paying out. I'm paying out.
That must have been a counter hit.
You got 30 seconds. 30 seconds. Get away from that pocket locker channel.
Willing to just
ew. Are you still on the pocket locker channel? That's gross. That's gross. It's after hours. It's after the time, which that's cool. It's no longer cool to be on Pocket Locker 86. All the cool kids are at the casino, theater, and arcade, and they don't like me having to interrupt to remind you. They don't like that.
As a sidestep, back four catches him. That's very nice from Fear. Good closeout.
One of those things, too. When you sidestep, the best way to be safe is to try to block during it, but it's tough.
Ooh, and I'm on east. Okay.
Go ahead.
Mix up. Finishes the streak. Count.
Y'all go show some Nidamos some love. Either second tab or second device if you got it. If not, yo, we're gonna be live here for a while. I'm enjoying this. We're locking in. I'm about to make myself some food. I'm about to chill, eat dinner. Do what y'all got to do, man. Send Nidamos my love. Tell him I said what's up. Tell him to hold it down for the Bible nerds. Tell him I'm gonna hold it down for the gaming crowd right now. He can hold it down for the Bible and philosophy nerds. Show Nidamus some love, y'all. That's my boy. But yeah, rock with me or rock over there. It's all love. We both, the community appreciates you either way.
To bait out something big like that, you can get a pretty easy whip punish like that. Fear just showed it. You know, he's being very patient, waited for that, and got the easy punish.
You know, people say that drag isn't good, but I feel like you can make your character
I love
good.
the animations.
Dragunov is good.
I agree. I agree.
The only people that say Dragunov isn't good are Dragunov players usually.
I mean, it's
or
usually
JDCR.
Like, in comparison to, like, people are always like, well, he's no geese. Well, like, yeah, of course.
Yeah. But I mean, he's Dragunov still. He has down two. Hurts.
A buff down two. It's buffed.
All right, let's see.
No duck there from
Nice movement.
Stab. I got a throw break there.
Regular grab
I got
break,
5
though.
watching. I got 5 watching on the casino, theater, and arcade. I got another 4 or 5 on Pocket Locker. I'm gonna give y'all 10 million plus the 5 for the people that are watching over on casino, theater, and arcade. Everybody that's still live over on Pocket Locker, I'm gonna keep it up for a little bit, and then I'm gonna take it off. So if you're live on Pocket Locker 86, I appreciate you. Appreciate all your view time today. But please come over to the casino, theater, and arcade channel. Click the pin link. Click the pin link. There's also a link to the channel in the description. Thank you, guys. 15 million tickets. Paying out 15 million tickets right now to everybody in the chat. Appreciate y'all.
Down two. What's from Mach Punch?
Yo, Fear looks locked in, bro. I'm gonna be honest.
Yeah, he looks good.
His move selection at range, at different ranges, is very good right now.
Ooh, that could have been a wall bounce, but he goes for the spin instead. But the pressure here. I think this is the big key right here, too. Every single time we've seen this, every round, it's always been Cactus Greg's back to the wall and Fear pushing the pace. You know, Dragunov is great at that, right? Blocking running 2, you block 2 of them, your back's already to the wall.
Exactly.
Yes, Cactus Greg's got to do some fighting back here, but at the same time, Fear stepping, you know, he's making it hard for Cactus Greg to fight back. So
his range control is immaculate right now.
Yeah, it's hard to blame Cactus Greg for how he's losing here because Fear really is the one that's putting everything on him. And you even see that, the crouch grab.
Man, trying to make the call out.
Making the hard reads here. Ooh, I don't think that was a counter, so that might have been a good
You gotta do something, Cactus. You gotta do something.
Ooh,
that was it. Hatchet.
Oh, he's still good. He's still good.
Okay.
Yes. Nice fight back there. Cactus Greg not out of this at all.
Out of it, yeah. Showing signs of life.
Couple down twos, though.
Yo, he has not connected not one of those 3+4s.
Yeah.
He's looking for it, though.
I mean, it's one of those moves that, you know, as a Brian player, you want to get that to counter hit, but you got to be careful because it is stepful. It is, you know, and obviously Fear has been spacing it out pretty well. That is a little risky. Ooh.
Fear's actually not blocking his toes at all.
I mean, I think he's willing to just risk it.
Yeah.
At this point, you know, if you're not, unless it's a snake edge, it ain't gonna kill him. Aye, a nice jab punish there. Fear taking it pretty simple, pretty easy.
You know, Cactus Greg was looking solid, but Fear is just looking a little more locked in.
Yeah.
If I'm being honest.
Yeah, I think if he had fought someone else, it might have been a little bit better for him. But just right now, Fear's playing, you know, too well and didn't really allow Cactus Greg to even play back, which is like, you know, that's unfair.
I agree. I mean, and Fear, you know, he has high expectations for himself. I watch him stream a lot, so like you were saying, one of the new kids on the block, not necessarily.
Oh yeah, you can give the 2-timers a pass. You can get the 2-timers a pass. Yeah, if I'm not live, the 2-timers can get a pass because you know it just means they're addicted to the philosophy in the Bible. you know, and they need their fix. So I appreciate you checking on them. Let them know that they're two-timing, by the way. Let them know that we're having some gaming fun and that they're missing out on it, because that's what cool kids do. It's not really cool unless you let the nerds know that you're cool, right? You can't just be cool and private. You gotta stun on the nerds a little bit. But then, yeah, say, hey, if you guys want to stay here and be a bunch of philosophy nerds, you know, to each his own.
It's going to be an interesting one, you know, and I mean, outside of just, you know, our youth, right? We have Europe that showed up heavy. We have, obviously, you see right here, Japan. We got Kade, who showed up, who I think is the only other Ganryu player in this tournament. Aww. Because Saint's not here. Oh, man, I'm so sad.
That's so wholesome. He just looks so wholesome. Wait.
There's Kade. He was the OG Kazumi player, but then once Ganny came out, switched to Ganny. I think he stuck with him since.
Yeah.
So I'm going to be a fan, obviously.
I'm already a fan, just for that interaction with the camera. I'm a fan.
Oh, my man's playing on a cross-up.
Trying to tell you.
Oh.
Trying to tell you, man.
I wonder how much, honestly, like, because people that use the cross, I always wonder, how much do they actually use those directional buttons?
Well, I can't really speak on it because I bought mine yesterday, but it seems, from my observation, I think that it's going to heavily help with movement.
Right.
And with the execution of movement specifically. It can make the...
Peter, you're on the wrong channel. Peter, click the link and come over to the Casino Theater and Arcade channel, Peter. Click the link, Peter. Peter, you're one of the stragglers over on Pocket Locker 86. You got to come over to the other channel.
I hope this guy doesn't use those directionals. don't. I want to see someone use the crosser but never use the joystick. just one-handed.
So just use a hitbox. You know how difficult that would be?
Click the pin link.
They just didn't know any better. All right, so we see Ganryu from Kade. We got Romney playing the Fang. Personally, not my favorite matchup as a Ganryu player. Fang, buff Fang, especially in this season, right? We talk about Top Row Gaming so much. Fang is DLC privileged, somehow.
Yeah, Fang is really good, I agree.
So we'll see if Kade, who's also one of the pro license holders in Japan.
Pro license holders, now what does that mean?
So there's a system in Japan where some players can actually, win money from Tekken, but they had to do some tournament winning in order to obtain a license.
Okay.
So I think only 16 or so players have it in Japan.
Oh, that's some Hunter x Hunter shit. I'm liking that. I'm liking that.
Oh, nice attempt there on the backswing blow, but Kade with the range.
Very nice.
Yeah, me too.
Man got the Mafia suit on deck.
Yeah, we just got to schedule a night, Cameron. I think we could probably do it every other Thursday, maybe. Like the plan was to originally do a movie night on Thursday, every other Thursday. So maybe we could alternate the game night with the other night, and then we'll just have nights where we're gaming. The only reason I haven't really been gaming the last few nights is because I've been kind of tired. So I've been more wanting to watch these games than play, but I'm sure that won't always be the case.
Oh, that pressure is tough to beat, I feel like.
Yep. The pressure.
Yeah, Cameron, we need more people to play sports games, football, basketball, racing. Yeah, see, I'm a sports gamer.
Trying to make something of this round. Got a 60-70% life lead. Top kick goes unpunished. Romney looking real solid, trying to put himself on the board, gets the mix. Nice. Challenges the frames. Okay, he said, hey, you're gonna buffer those parries? I'm just gonna go mid.
Yep. There's a lot of headbutts. I mean, that headbutt is such a strong move too, Fang, and it comes out of that crouch dash, which a lot of other threats come out of. So
yeah, Fang's just a really good, well-rounded character.
What a clap though from Kade. He came out of nothing. Nice ball combo here. The wall pressure, one of Ganryu's biggest strengths here. Let's see if Romney can do anything to get out of it. Punch parry. Oh, he punch parry, but just a little late.
I saw that.
Oh, nice attempt. No punish.
Oh, no, you can't let him do that.
Yeah, seriously, Doug was trying to take your money with that poker shit. Doug is trying to take your money.
He's getting unpunished there from Fang. And Fang, pretty decent.
He's not satisfied with your view time and your super chats. He wants to take your money for real, for real.
Honestly, I should just pick up Fang.
I did pick up Fang, and just because I was getting beat up so much, I'm going to rank with this guy.
I need to pick up Fang,
the problem is, I still have this problem, is that he has so many good moves. that you can't home in and be like, all right, these are the good moves that I have to use. I'm like, there's so many of them, I have to use them all, right? And that, as a non-Fang player, it's like I'm overwhelmed.
Yeah.
It's too much.
There's too much going on, bruh.
Wow, and so he opts to go to Mishima Dojo, a smaller stage even. I felt like the wall pressure from Kade was kind of the big damage dealer here, so we'll see if this plays out for Romney. And the Fang matchup too for Ganryu, not my favorite, but Kade's making it work. Definitely a defensive-minded Ganryu player, I think.
Round 1. Fight.
Just seems to be well-rounded. Punishment's fantastic. Oki options are really good. Nice.
Oh, nice. I didn't think that could be any mix-up there.
Oh, would like to have seen something else there, but something better than nothing. Gonna get some wall pressure here. Hop kick.
Wow, a lot of neutral hop kicks coming out from Romney.
Nice
punish.
All
right, the pressure here.
Back dashing against the wall. Oh, no. Oh, what? The heavy risk.
Yeah. Sometimes those come out on accident, right? But Kade was not ready for it. He did something that whipped. Just got punished for it.
Yo, the neutral from Romney right now.
Yeah, he's just beating Kade to the punch. All right, there we go. Got some down forward 2 into the wall.
Gotta use wall carry so good.
Yeah.
Double sweep.
Oh, stop.
All right, guys, I'm turning off Pocket Locker after this match.
Ooh, a 4-1 from Fang?
Use your blue stuff, brother. Use your blue stuff.
The down back 4, he tried it again, though. It worked once, maybe it'll work again.
That's like the 3rd round he's had the blue stuff and not used it. I mean, when you're Fang, you have to use it. It's so good.
Oh, 1+2. That's a killer move, but I think that's the reason why Kade's being very patient with his offense here.
Yeah, he is. He's slowing it down a little bit.
Oh, nice attempt at the whip punish, but no dice.
Oh, nice.
Blow.
Oh. No Wild Rising 1 confirmed there.
Nice pickup, too.
Yeah, that's how it should be.
Oh. Let's go. Yo, Ganryu's so cool, bro.
Nice. The headbutt, too. Kade looking good on match point here.
Fight.
You know, I feel like Romney's not completely out of this. Just a couple, just like that.
But you can start to pick it up
maximize out on his damage. You have to take advantage.
Yeah, honestly, everything he's doing a lot of things well. It's just that it doesn't feel like he's getting the pressure going. Like once he gets the hit, it feels like he can't keep the pressure up. Like
just like that.
It's tough too when Kade's swinging back, but he's swinging back at just the right times.
Yeah,
making you think about like, is he gonna press? Is he not gonna press?
All right.
Nice. Oh, use your blue stuff. He finished the string.
Yeah. Nice. If he didn't finish the string there, he wouldn't have got punished. But Kade on point, getting that win there, and we'll move on the winner side.
Yeah, good awareness from Kade, noticing that he finished the string there.
Yeah.
Like I said, I don't think Romney was too far out of that match. Just like you said, there are a few instances where he could have taken advantage, got a little more damage. You know, 20-30% more than what you're getting off confirms. I mean, you need that, especially against players like Kade.
Yeah, it's tough, and it's definitely tough, dude. You know, for a lot of people, right, it might be the tournament nerves, right, the offline type of thing. It's real, and it's fun, so
yeah.
It always is fun. One of my favorite things ever, watching a close set and then looking at the player's hands afterwards. My favorite thing of all time is watching a pad player with shaky hands trying to roll up their pad. Oh, man, it is.
All right, guys, I want to thank everybody so much over on Pocket Locker for tuning in today. It was a really, really great day. Really great stream. Tons of viewers, tons of support. The chat was incredible, man. The chat's been incredible, on fire. I really appreciate it. I want to thank all the panelists, all the people that called in, Jason Torrance, Sean, Otangelo, James Apperson. Appreciate y'all. In the name of the Darwin, the Dawkins, the Christopher Hitchens, Science bless you. Head over to Casino Theater and Arcade. The link is in the description. Come support the new channel, Casino Theater and Arcade. The link is in the description. Thank you all so much. We'll see you tomorrow.